have to press and welcome
We
back.
know what else to do afterwards.
Hi, namaste, good evening everyone, and welcome to our World News on IBM TV. Today we have a special guest, Max Tillingus, Grandmaster Chess. He's joining us from Australia. We have Nicholas joining us from North Carolina. We have Kimberly joining us from North Carolina, Raleigh, and I am your host from Delhi, India. Welcome to the show, and let's start. So, Max, how are the things going in your country during COVID?
So I'm in Vietnam at the moment, and things are quite stable here at the moment. There are not a lot of coronavirus cases, so I guess it's good.
Yeah, so we should all go
to India. So are you stuck in Vietnam, or you by choice are in Vietnam right now?
So the reason I live in Vietnam is I have a Vietnamese wife. So I'm just living with her and her family in southwest Vietnam. And, well, at least compared to a case in Australia, it's been quite fortuitous for me to be here at this moment.
It's a beautiful country, and I mean, it's like an unexplored land in the world, and beautiful people, and I mean, there is not much of city life, but there is a very good countryside.
Mm-hmm.
So explain to us a little bit about what you think has been the success story for Vietnam right now, and with what's going on with COVID. Why do you think they've been so successful with this?
I think one reason is that Vietnam have had a sort of past experience with different viruses, like a SARS. And because of that, they know how to handle these pandemic cases. So they already have, the systems in place to stop the spread. And that's why I think there are, last I checked, less than 300 cases here in total, which is a relatively low number compared to many other places in the world.
Yeah, that's beautiful to hear that there's such a low infectious rate. I mean, I can't imagine even the death rate be even way much lower. Hong Kong only had 4 deaths. I hate saying only. Any death is horrible, but and we've got our guest, Mr. Sasha Starr.
Sasha Starr, yes, right. He is actually.
We know each other. This is a chess.
Okay, yeah. In case you don't know Sasha, he's from Canada. Well, actually, he's from, I think, Moscow. Then he moved to Canada, so now he's Canadian. But if you speak Russian, that's good too. And if you play chess, that's even better. And if you drink vodka, that's even better. So it's the typical Russian Canadian. But because he's Canadian, you always have to say "A" to him. So so how's it going, Mr. Sasha? A, and then they understand it. It's a Canadian thing. And Max, as you know, is from Australia, and you always have to say mate. So you always say, Max, how's it going, mate? And then they feel more comfortable, right?
We have another board of advisor from Australia as well.
Oh yeah, Willie Hill, but he's not on
occasionally. He was with us for a very, very long time yesterday, so I don't know if we'll see him today.
Now Ankit over there knows 1.3 billion people out of New Delhi. So the thing is, he's got 1.3 billion followers. He keeps letting us know that.
I'll bet you. I think Max would be knowing a lot of Indians if I compared with you, and he must be knowing Shah Rukh Khan and all the cricketers in India.
Oh, does he know Shah Rukh Khan? I don't think he knows Shah Rukh Khan. Max, do you know who Shah Rukh Khan is?
I don't think I do, actually.
Yes. I'm telling you, Ankit, we're going to get a hold of this guy.
Max, what about Sachin Tendulkar?
And his mind.
Do what?
What about Sachin Tendulkar? Do you know Sachin Tendulkar, Max?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. And does he know Anand out of India? Anand? Vishy Anand?
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go. Vishy Anand's famous, baby. Vishy Anand. Okay,
Vishwanath is the grandmaster, Indian grandmaster, and
yeah, of course, yeah, everybody knows Vishy, right? But no, but Shah Rukh Khan is the most famous actor in India. I went on Wikipedia. Yeah, and the highest paid. He's worth like
highest paid in the world,
like a billionaire. And the thing is, and I told him, I said, look, no one knows who he is outside of India, and it's true. So we invite our guest in, and we just test them. Do they know him? Nah, I never heard him. But since you are a chess player, Max, I'm going to give you a little demographic. There are 2,500 billionaires in the world, approximately. Chess grandmasters, 1,500. There are more billionaires in the world than there are chess grandmasters. So here's the thing. It's actually harder to become a chess grandmaster than it is a billionaire. So tell us, how did you become a chess grandmaster? How'd that happen? What'd you do?
Sure, Nick. So basically, it was a lot of hard work for me. I know in the US, you have a lot of really great tournaments and really great players. It was a really great opportunity to work on chess. In Australia, there isn't quite the same opportunity, but I was able to create my own opportunities by going to tournaments, getting the right help from various chess players, including a grandmaster coach, Ian Rogers, for many years.
Oh yeah, right.
And just by constantly persisting, so just by persisting and constantly just saying, I'm going to make this work, I'm going to become a grandmaster, whatever it takes. That persistence and that discipline really helped me a lot to get there and have the life I have now.
Yeah, and you also won the Australian Chess Championship, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so you were Australian chess champion, right?
Yeah, I was a champion back in 2018 to 19.
How old were you when you won the Australian Chess Championship?
At that time, I was 25, and when I first won it, I was, I think, 22 years of age.
Right, yeah. Yeah, well, I've been telling people in a former life, I actually played a lot of chess. Became a master. I was 2257 ELO. And then I quit and went to law school. A lot of chess players back then had to do that because the future in chess was financially not really very clear. And law school was a lot easier. But so I actually played a lot years ago. And by 21, I was the Florida State champion, 2 times in a row, because you get really good when you're younger. And then the real problem is that as you head up the slopes, it becomes a little bit more challenging to play, in my opinion. So, because that's the reason I think Kasparov, he goes, I retire. The only guy who did really well later on in years was Korchnoi. I mean, he kept playing and playing. I mean, the guy just went bloody quit. And Sasha Starr, the guy below me, who runs Chess Stars around the world.
I'd like to suggest something to you. It's been proven, and I've discussed it with several top grandmasters. There are only 3 people in the world, chess players, who actually became stronger players with age. I'm talking about over 50 and even over 60 and so on. And you know who they are? They're Korchnoi, you are absolutely right. Yes. Number 2 is Smyslov.
Smyslov, yep.
Who played, and when he was 62, he was playing Kasparov for right to challenge Karpov. And number 3 is Sasha Starr.
Sasha Starr, which is this guy.
I became way stronger player than I ever was. I'm over the board. My rating would be probably around 2250. But in Blitz, 3 minutes Blitz, I've crushed quite a lot of grandmasters, and still do so at chess.com or some other site. Still do. Actually enjoy it quite a bit.
He's dangerous. That's what he's trying to say, Max. He's actually dangerous. So you got to watch players like that. When you're playing. So tell us, what are you doing now? Now that you moved to Vietnam, what are you doing? What's the plan?
So basically, I've been helping people with their chess from quite a young age. My coaching journey really started when I was 9 years old, and I realized that even though I was the best chess player in my small little area where our school was, that in order to win the school competitions against other schools, I need to help my teammates become better as well.
Yeah.
And actually, it was really rewarding and fulfilling to see them become stronger and actually win the competition together with them. So that's how my journey into chess coaching and training started. And then I sort of realized that I want to really help as many people as possible improve their chess, achieve their chess dreams of winning some tournament or title or becoming a chess master. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm doing now is I've actually adapted to the current situation with coronavirus, and I'm launching different online things. Mm-hmm. So while I was doing some face-to-face coaching some years ago, now I do everything online and focus on different programs and courses that people can study and learn from at their own time, at their own pace, and to get help from me and my communities I've created online.
Yeah, but isn't that natural that you can learn chess today online? In other words, you can actually coach people from Australia. You can coach people in the United States. Can't you do that online right now?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I've been doing that quite a bit, having many international students over the years. And it's been a great opportunity to be able to help anyone from almost anywhere in the world with their chess.
Right. So you actually do one-on-one coaching, because I know a lot of chess grandmasters that go, this one-on-one coaching is way too hard, or they get so many students, they stop taking students. Okay. Are you still accepting students? Is that what you're doing right now?
Well, I'm in a bit of a transition phase, because what I've found is recently, I think the demand for private coaching's actually decreased a bit, where people are realizing there are a lot of other ways that you can learn and improve at chess. So that's why one reason I've moved towards some other systems, which are based on people actually learning in a mastermind group from one another, where basically not just learning from my expertise and what I share of them, but also learning from the other people in the group and the answers to their questions. So it's sort of like taking everyone's brains together, almost feel like we're doing with this show in some ways.
Right. Have you ever run into Will Stewart, who runs iChess.net, iChessNet? He's the largest producer of chess videos in the world. iChess.net. I don't know if you ever ran into him, but what he does is he puts these chess videos together. In other words, grandmasters do videos, then he sells them all over the world, and people learn through chess videos. Have you ever talked to Will?
Actually, I don't think I have talked to him. I'm familiar with iChess.net.
Okay.
But yeah, I do think that videos are going to be the future when it comes to chess improvement and chess learning. And I particularly see the Indians sort of moving a lot towards the group coaching and video direction, and I really can see that dominating the market in the next 5 years.
Yeah, because when I learned, I had to do it the old-fashioned way. There was Shavosky and Formatter, and I don't know if you're even around, and the Batsford series out of Yugoslavia. So we actually had to sit, read the books, study the moves, and do it all by ourselves. But that was pre-computers, and when the computers first came out, we looked at them years ago. They were so bad. We were going, these things were absolutely horrible. You could easily beat them. They barely learned how to move. But now that has all changed. In other words, I'm not even, other than you in chess, I think Batsford's out of business. I'm not sure if Shavosky and Formatter is even around anymore. Is it? Or do you know? The Informator series.
Yeah, the Informants are still around. They kind of redesigned themselves and create some really nice Grandmaster articles. About what you said with books, actually, I also read quite a lot of books. I think when I last counted, I read over 1,000 books cover to cover in my life, and mostly chess books.
I got a whole huge book library if you ever need one on chess. So
thank you.
Even the nuns. But and also the thing is, I saw today you were posting about D5, the Scandinavian. What do you think of it? But I wouldn't go into that into detail. I play the Grobs now online, G4. And part of the reason why, I think it's one of you guys in Australia kind of like promoted it. There was actually a book written on the Grobs. It eliminates theory altogether. But you do it in 3 minutes. Obviously, you're not going to do a turn. You do it fast chess. If you win, it's like you stuck it to them. If you lost, what was the Grob? What do you expect? But what you find out, unless they reach a certain level, unless they're a master level or better, most people under 2200 have no antivirus for the crop. I mean, they have no clue. They usually grab the knight pawn and get the rear end into because they have no idea. There's a lot of theory behind it. But I'm not sure if anybody else wants to. Obviously, see, here's the problem: as you move up and you start playing these crazy systems, you find out that the higher level players actually have antivirus for things like the grub already developed, and you eat it in a tournament, and you don't like doing that. In other words, you can't seem to win, but very difficult. So what I've seen, though, that has developed a lot is chess.com and the online chess and things that Sasha is developing. He has this chess stars. He has two grandmasters play each other, and you basically bet on the move. In other words, you basically win points if you can bet on the move, which I think is fascinating because it gives the players an opportunity to interact. So maybe Sasha can explain a little bit about chess stars.
So basically, the idea behind it, thanks, Nick. The idea behind it was my frustration of playing online chess. Let's see, I'm 2200 player, okay? So I'm playing, say, 2500 players. They crush me easily, right? Okay, that's fine. They're better players. So, okay, so you want to get your ego going. So you're going down to play 1800 player, and you just think, okay, I'm going to eat the guy and do it nicely. Oh, wait a moment, he's crushing you. You have no defenses against him, and you're playing 3-4 games. Oh, the guy is using engine, guess what? So he will crush you with the help of engine. So those better players, 24, 20, 2500, they will crush you because they're better players. Now, the lower rated players, they will crush you simply because they're using engine. So there is no place to hide. Whatever you want to do, you're crushed and you're crushed again. So regardless what some sites are saying, they have an anti-cheating mechanism or so on, I happen not to believe all that. It's image statements, but they have no validity whatsoever. So then another idea, what happened in the last few years, it's emergence of extremely strong chess programs. Finally, with the, I don't know, have you read the book The Game Changer? It's a fascinating book about this match between AlphaZero and Stockfish. I enjoyed that book quite a lot. It's really a fantastic book. And I mean, the AlphaZero will take, who is there? Carlsen, Caruana, Nakamura, and 55 others, will crush all of them simultaneously and perhaps will give them a pawn as a handicap. I'm pretty sure about that too. So then what's in chess? The man, all this, look at this Grandmasters tournament they're playing, these guys. Yesterday, my God, what a horrible day. The Iranian player, Firouzja, he was crushed immensely. Actually, I think he crushed himself, but you've seen the game probably, right? That he was absolutely hopeless against Nakamura. Okay, that's expected. Nakamura is one of the top players, but look at the Caruana and Carlsen games. Caruana collapsed absolutely. Again, Magnus is a top player in the world, but he collapsed. So I started to think about something where the engine will be absolutely helpless. In fact, engine in competition, what I've invented, the engine will be crushed because all based on different factors, the ability to calculate variations. So it works like this. Two grandmasters. Last Saturday, we had Mikhail Marin from Romania and Alexander Donchenko from Germany. And we had interviews with both of them a day before the show. So they played two games match, 25 minutes per game, 15 seconds forced delay. Actually, you know what is delay, but we invented forced delay. The difference between delay and forced delay is the delay is something there, and you may not even use it. You may only wait not 15 seconds, 2 seconds, you'll do your move. But it's not good enough for us because people need a little bit of time to make their bets. So 15 seconds forced delay means that even if you want to make your move, you can't. It has to be at least 15 seconds. After 15 seconds, you can move right away, but not before 15 seconds. So people see the game. There are commentaries. There is a Stockfish first top 3 moves that it recommends. And based on that, you have to make two decisions. Number one, which move to make. And number two, how many crowns put on each move. You can put 5, 25, and 100. So at the end of the game, whoever gets more crowns than anybody else, we have small cash prizes, say 50, 30, $20, something like this. You know what? I want to tell you something interesting. Yeah, we had quite a few occasions when grandmasters were winning this contest by guessing the moves, but we have a lot of contests when grandmasters did not win the contests. We had one contest about 2 years ago when a young 11 years boy with a rating of 1500, he won the contest ahead of a few grandmasters, including maybe you know Maurice Ashley. Okay, so he was one. Then Maxim Dlugi was playing in one contest, and we had several more. Oh, Gadir Guseynov from Azerbaijan, maybe you know him. Actually, I won one contest, and Gadir Guseynov was in second. What happened was that there was one somewhat unlikely move. I was in second place, and I decided to put 5 crowns on very obscure move, which I didn't think that would be made. But I thought if I'm right and that move would be made, I will grab complete pool. There were about 3,500 crowns in a pool. You know how the pool makes? Okay, this guy put 100, another 100, so it's 200, another 125, 225, and it adds up. So it was 3,500, and I put 5 crowns, and I was the only winner when that move was made. So I grabbed complete pool of 3,500 crowns, and Gadir Guseynov couldn't catch me after that. There were about like 4 or 5 moves. Maybe if it would be longer, maybe he would still beat me. But hopefully the game was close to end, and it was ended, and I got my first prize. I mean, I paid to myself, but still nice.
Yeah.
I've got a question. You've Max, you have a wife, right? Now I'm involved with all of these chess players, and I love it. I've never really played chess much growing up. I'm an engineer, and I respect it and appreciate it because I think it develops amazing skills. Does she play? Does she play?
Oh, she knows how to play chess, like the rules, but she doesn't really play currently.
Okay. All right. And who is to you, I mean, who has been like your greatest nemesis or challenge that you've had to play that you're just like, oh my gosh, do you ever get that way?
Yeah, there are different players who have, kind of pushed me to, find sort of my inner strength and become the best I can be. I mean, with chess, I think it's not just a challenge against other players and trying to outsmart and outthink them, but it's also an individual challenge of, overcoming your own, I guess, weaknesses and, any inner demons you might have, and how to, bring out the very best in yourself as well. I think that's the ultimate challenge of a chess player, to show their absolute best and not let themselves get in the way of what they're capable of.
Yeah, and the chess stars that Alexander Starr's doing is quite interesting, because one real problem, and we actually showed it on IBM TV, and we plan on showing it again. One real problem of chess, and it's had this ever since I was doing it, is that it just really doesn't show very well on television. Frankly, hate to say it, it's boring. I mean, it goes on for a long time, and then somebody finally makes their move, and as an audience, you don't get to participate. And so the thing is, the TV audience tend to go, no. So what happens is we actually have a singer from South Africa who gets on before. It's almost like the NFL. I mean, it's kind of interesting. So we have this famous singer from South Africa sings songs prior to the match. Then the match begins. But the difference is the audience gets to participate by way of betting on the moves before the moves take place. So this way you bring the audience in, because I just don't see any other way you're going to be able to increase the ratings of chess games. Now, Sasha, Alexander Starr, since he's from Russia, as you know, it's religion over there. They have a huge federation, 1 million people. In India, it's pretty big right now because of Anand when he was the world champion. So worldwide, there's a big audience. There's 600 to 800 million people. But capturing them and holding their attention, you need something that they can be involved in, and hence there's Chess Stars, which is what Alexander Starr is doing, and two grandmasters play each other. It's an interesting format. But me as an audience, I can bet on the moves, because when you sit around and you look at a game, you're going, well, maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that, and you're always second guessing the player, And
but Nick, it's a wonderful opportunity. Instead of talking, oh, this guy should move here or so on, make your bet. Stop talking about it. Make your bet, and you'll find very, very quickly whether he's right or not. Because on the screen, you see all the standing of top 8 players, how many rounds they have. You have your own standing. You see immediately result, whether you won or you lost or so on. And so it's a wealth of information. First of all, you see the game, you listen to commentators, you see the top 3 choices of top 3. So a point is that there is no cheating involved. I mean, it's not somebody's using a computer and somebody got this funny moves and so on. Everybody, it's right.
And for me, Sasha, I got to promote it. So here I can promote it: the Australian champion versus the Romanian champion.
Nice.
By the way, it was quite, because I'm PT Barnum. You got to promote it.
There is only one problem: a time difference.
What's the time difference? What do you mean?
Well, we have contest at 3:00. So 3:00 in Australia.
He's in Vietnam.
He's in Vietnam.
Where?
Yeah. He's not in Australia.
So I don't know what time is it in Vietnam.
Coming later. What time is it in Vietnam right now?
It is currently 9:28 p.m. where I am.
Wow.
9:28. Well, it makes it easier. It makes it easier.
It's a little bit easier for you than India and Australia. So
right. And then Marin actually won it, which would, by the way, what you didn't have, Sasha, is us being able to bet who's just going to win. I know that's a simple bet, but the thing is, I would put on Demchenko, the young German guy.
He was heavy favorite.
He had to be. His ELO rating was over 100.
He's a stronger player.
He's a younger player. He's a stronger player. I would be all in on the young German guy. And when I saw Marin win, I was going, are you kidding me?
You know what, Max? Maybe we can get you to join us in the VIP lounge, and we can talk about who we're going to bet on. And we can hear your input. But you know what I want to do? I'm not very good at betting on the moves. I'm more of one of those social girls. When I go to the Kentucky Derby, we're wearing our hats and talking about the horses. But what I want to do is bet on the guys betting.
Yes.
Okay. I want to sit there and go, you know what? Max has probably got this one. He's feeling good today. I'm going to bet on Max making the right bets against these guys. That's what I want to do, right? I want to sit there and let you guys do all the work, and I just bet on you while you do all the work. Or, Sasha is feeling great today, folks. He's had his cognac this morning. He has
not yet. It's coming, but not yet.
I know. Yeah. But I'm just saying, I would rather bet on the people making the bets, because I feel like that would be more fun than trying to sit there and guess the next move. So, but it's a fun, interesting game. Maybe we can convince you to come and join us.
Sure. Yeah, it would be a great pleasure.
It makes chess a different, just a different way of looking at it and participating. And we have Dr. Sagu.
Dr. Sagu has arrived.
Awesome.
Good morning. How are you?
There is only one thing I want to tell you. There is no draw offers until move 40. It has to be a real game. No draw offers.
Hey, there shouldn't be any draw offers at all, Sasha. It's to the death. You should have death match. Okay.
About
death match. The only time there's a draw is there's no pieces on the board.
Nick, believe it or not, about 15 years ago, I was playing in a Canadian championship, and there was a meeting of players, and I was one who proposed no draw offers.
No draws.
It was popular. If you remember Sofia rules that they played in the Bulgarian tournaments, but there were no draw offers whatsoever. So I proposed no draw offers. And,
what do you think about chess? Do you ever play?
Anyway, there was a vote.
No draw offers. Okay. Hey, listen, if you're going to promote chess, you got to promote it correctly. It has to be like the World Wrestling Federation. The death match, okay?
Right.
It's got to be a death match, not a
Oh, by the way,
style.
hold on. But we have Armageddon. If the score of the match is 1-1, we play Armageddon game.
That's right.
White has 5 minutes.
Okay, look.
4, but black needs a draw.
Yeah.
All I want to say, Nick, is Max is on Wikipedia. He's done some pretty amazing things.
He's got a Wikipedia page.
You know, I mean, you've done some amazing things, Max. What is
well, he was the Australian chess champion. Everybody knows Max, Grandmaster, Australian chess champion. Now we want to align him with the Romanian chess champion, Mihail Marin, who just defeated the German. That's pretty cool. And in a chess death match series, you got to have some hype going on here.
On the show, we don't get to talking death matches.
Right? We're talking death match and
the last man standing.
Last man standing. Yeah.
Dr. Segoo, what do you think of all this chess talk and stuff? What is your opinion of chess?
Is Dr.
I think he's freezing on us.
I think he's freezing on us.
Max, one thing I have to commend Vietnam on, your Wi-Fi network is really good. I mean, we have guests join us from all over the world, and we all struggle. Even I struggle. Mine goes down. Occasionally Nick's goes down, but yours is really pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you said, you want my opinion on the death matches or on chess online in general?
No, death matches. Death matches. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, there's already a pattern for success with this because I've seen chess.com actually use death matches before.
Right.
They changed the name a bit, but the basic concept's there that, no matter what, there's going to be a winner in this match. And yeah, I agree that I think the chess does come down to branding in the end. Right. That we have this very complex and sophisticated game that is not the sort that you can just pick up, say, in 10 minutes and everything that's going on compared to, say, Fortnite, for example. But the thing is, it also can be an opportunity where if we do relates in a way that anyone can understand it, like a fight to the death, and and it's like a battle of the minds and who is going to triumph. If you create the story, I think a lot of people will follow, and definitely having the audience involvement is, I think, one way to make it interesting for everyone, no matter what the position is on the board.
Right. No, I see. I think you're right. And I think Sasha's on the right track by having the audience involved. We have the death match and we bring the Australian champion against the Romanian champion, which if you had to sit on a board and fly together and all that, you can't even do it now because of coronavirus, but you can do it all virtually. So it's kind of a.
By the way, Max, I would like to know your opinion. How coronavirus will affect the development of chess in the world? What will happen as a result of it?
Yeah, actually, I remember I wrote a very long piece about this quite recently, and my conclusion is I think that there'll be certainly more things happening in online chess. You're already seeing the online servers and tournaments really get a big viewing and be very successful. And I think it's also going to accelerate a lot of changes in how people learn chess, and that some methods that were thought maybe as a very optional choice, like, say, watching maybe some video course or being in a chess group or something, I think will become a more dominant way of learning. And you're going to see people actually, I think, be much more united in working together on chess once, even after the coronavirus case is resolved. So that's the direction I see. I think it'll accelerate a lot of changes that were on the way, but the necessity tends to bring them about faster, in my experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good observation, because I've read a very interesting article about the further development of chess after coronavirus, and it seems to me that over-the-board game is actually already killed, or it's about to be killed, simply because even before it was not easy to find sponsors for big tournaments, even like traditional tournaments like Weekends or Dortmund or other like traditional tournaments, that was not easy. But now with coronavirus, I'm not even sure where the next real tournament, if ever, will happen. So obviously things are being moved online, and it's much more enjoyable and easier and cheaper, if you will, to watch. But you see, the problem again is like I love chess. My wife is 8 times Canadian chess champion, and actually I have to thank her for me playing chess so well, because when we met, she would wipe me out in speed games like 9-1 or even 10-0. She was a master of chess in Russia, and I was nobody. And I was scared that if it will go like that, she would throw me out of the door in 2-3 years, maybe even sooner. So I bought a lot of books and I started to study theory and so on. And well, today we play every day at least 10 speed games. Today I can play 6-4, maybe I lose 5-5 sometimes. So I'm doing much better than many years ago when we met. So you see, you can, when you are motivated, it's easier. It's much easier to improve your game. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think everything is moving online. I agree with you. So as much as I love chess and I watch these games 1 hour and a half, 2 hours and a half, 4 hours to see something happen, you know what? Not every person can do it. And even I found it sometimes you get bored.
Yeah.
So with this, when you are involved in a game, when you have to predict the moves and you're listening to commentators, you're so busy. You can't even imagine. Because when very often I do play contests myself, not the game, but guessing the moves.
Mhm.
And it helps you. By the way, it helps you to improve chess a lot because you're looking to quality commentators by experts or grandmasters. You're watching the high quality game between two grandmasters.
Right.
So even without guessing the moves, you're already learning something about the game. Now, if you really want to win contests, then you take these two players and you go analyze what openings they're playing and so on. But it still doesn't help you because they can change their opening for that particular game and so on. So again, this is really, really involving. You are part of the game, whereas wherein you're just watching the game in the tournament, even this big tournament that Carlson organized, you're not there. I mean, the game is over there, you are over here. There is no connection. Now, this way, what we are doing at Chess Stars, there is a connection. You're part of the process, a big part of the process.
Yeah, we'll have to get Max involved in Chess Stars. Dr. Sagu, what's going on with the coronavirus in India right now? Are you guys still locked down?
Yeah, I think still we are under lockdown, and I think this lockdown is working well here. So if we talk about the doubling time, earlier it was the 3 days, and now it has gone to 10 days. So it's a big relief for us, and we are definitely we are going towards the safe zone now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Has there been a lot of deaths in India, or are they have this under control?
Yeah, it's under control now. Now that even the test kits which imported from the China, they got faulty.
Right.
So now they have been returned. They have been returned back to, and there is a halt on the supply now from the China, and now South Korea company is going to manufacture in India only, nearby New Delhi. So there is a unit, so they are manufacturing, and their capacity is also very good. Around 5 lakhs of the rapid test kits they are being manufactured in a week, and with this update, I think we would be able to do some good diagnostics now, and even we can do the test for the surveillance also. So when we start the test surveillance, then definitely this would be a good news regarding COVID in India. And here I would like to mention also that the test positivity rate is also very low in India now. It's around 4.5. So the 4.5% the tests are being coming positive. And in US, I think it is 19.5, and in Italy it is around 12.5. So positivity rate is on the lower side. So it means the effect of the COVID is becoming on the safer side right, now in India.
There was a physician on one of the news media here that said one of the problems they've seen in New York is the patients would come in with reduced oxygen level that they shouldn't even be able to walk. But he said one reason Germany is doing so well, they have these oximeters that people read their blood oxygen. I actually bought one. You can buy it off the internet for like $39. I mean, they're not that expensive. And what they do in Germany is they test everybody every day, to see if their oxygen level has fallen, so they can immediately get some therapy, rather than they're coming into the hospitals in New York and they're basically, halfway gone. Is there any treatment plan right now in India? Do you know?
Yeah, Nick, this decrease in the oxygen saturation, it comes in the severe complication of the COVID-19, and we can see the deprivation of the oxygen saturation in around, you can say it's 4 to 5% of the patients, not in the mild or the moderate symptoms, but yes, when there is a complication. And here, I would like to tell you the process by which the complication is occurring, because we are developing antibodies to the COVID virus, the particle of the virus also. But when there is a fluid in the lungs, is the late stage of the COVID, there is a fluid in the lungs, in the alveoli, definitely the protective mechanism, that is immunity of our body, it starts working against its own cells.
Mm-hmm.
So you can say the auto death of the cells is there. So it is because of the overactivation of the immune system against its own cell. So when our defense is going to kill our own cells, then it is going to damage the lung cells. So that is the condition where your oxygen saturation goes down and you need a support of the ventilator. Yes, so many therapies they are coming, and now there is a placental cell therapy is also in news since 2-3 days. The PLX cells. So PLX cells is like a stem cells where we extract the cell from the placenta, and those cells they can induce the formation of some therapeutic proteins, and those therapeutic proteins they causes immunomodulation. Immunomodulation means they are going to protect, and they are going to decrease the overactivation of the immune system that causes the lung complications, that causes the kidney complication and other complications when we are going to kill our own cells. So this placental cell therapy, placental PLX cell, placental expanded cell therapy, that the stromal cells, I think this is a new, and definitely this is going to help us in severely patient, not in the moderate or mild symptoms, but in severe patients. Definitely they have come up with, I think they treated first patient in New Jersey, and earlier they treated 7 patients in Israel. So this is Israel-based company, a pluripotent company. They are working on it, and I think in severely COVID patients, severely complicated patients, this therapy is going to help us.
Right. Yeah, and it was our prediction several months ago that prevention, and then the next thing would be treatment, because the vaccine's going to be quite some time away. But
immunity.
Yeah, and build up your immunity.
Immunity. This is how you can increase your defense mechanism of your body.
Right.
Immunity is going to be very important. One of the things we learned from one of the doctors, though, is that asthma patients are having a better positive reaction to the COVID because of the asthma treatments, which are anti-inflammatories and antibiotic type treatments that help the body with asthmatic virus type situations. So that would make sense to me that asthma treatments are very beneficial for the COVID-19 situation. So I think that there's just many different things we need to be trying, and getting out there and being proactive, but not leaping and jumping and diving into all of these ideas. Somebody says, "Oh, try this." I think we need to get back to some basics. And, Dr. Sagoo, one of the things that is a big controversy in the United States right now is something that we've talked about since day one, is the PPE equipment, but proper use of it, but masks. That has been a huge controversy. And now people are going, well, I'm being told to wear a mask so I don't infect anybody, which I think, well, that's very admirable. We need to think about others before we think about ourselves. So what is your thoughts on that? Can you give us a little bit of insight on the proper use of, and maybe we'll get you to do a video for us because you've done this before, but it's now all of a sudden becoming this big issue. And what are your thoughts? We've talked about the proper way, right? And proper masks, but we don't want these chess players to get sick. We need to keep them healthy too. They're all over the world. But if we're going to engage back into society, they keep saying wearing masks is how we're going to have to do this. But can you share some insight on some good disciplines we need?
Yeah. So, Kim, it is very important to understand that now, which has came from data, that the test which we are performing for the surveillance, we are doing random samples from a normal people. So, around 70 to 75% people who are coming positive, they are asymptomatic. They don't have even a single symptom of the COVID-19. So, it means the most population suffering from the COVID-19, they are asymptomatic. Even we are sitting here, we don't know, we may be positive for this. And it is not always that if you are positive for the COVID-19, it would be injurious to you, it will be problematic for you. So sometimes, you have a coronavirus, but because you have a good immunity, you don't have any chronic diseases, and you can your defense system can fight against this coronavirus, and you can get rid of within 3 to 4 weeks without even knowing that you have a coronavirus infection. So what is there in that period? You are safe for you, but you may be dangerous for the others.
Exactly.
You can be infectious for the others. Even you don't know, you are sitting at home, you don't know you have a COVID-19 or not, but you can be infectious for the other. In that condition, at least you should wear the mask. I'm not saying that everybody should wear the mask, but for the normal population, yes, you can wear the cloth piece that is a barrier. That is only the face cover, so that the droplets which is coming from your mouth, from your nose, or from your body parts, that should not be coming in contact with the other person, or other person's droplets which whosoever it seems to be negative for the COVID should not be in contact with you. So there should be a barrier between two persons in the public areas. So at least you should wear some cloth mask that is a barrier. Yes, the surgical mask and the N95, they should be reserved for the frontliners who are fighting against the COVID-19. They are sitting with the COVID patients. If you have a COVID patient, then you can wear the 3-layer surgical mask, but N95 specifically for the healthcare workers. So, there are so many components of PPE, personal protective equipment. So we should not be wasting each and every component of the PPE.
Right.
If you can use each component according to your category of your risk and the category of where you are staying or where you're working. So according to that, if you wear those component of the PPE, then it will not overwhelm the PPE for the places where it is needed more. So you should be using the PPE, you should be using the mask, you should be using the barrier clothes mindfully. It doesn't mean that everybody should wear the PPE and then go on the roads. That is not good. At least you should keep reserve for the people who definitely need all those things.
That is such sound advice. It's more about just being respectful to other people, and mindful about the fact that you could be carrying the disease and not even know it. I mean, we've read about this time and again, and like you said, it's all based on a person's immunity system. That's what we're discovering. This has been a ghost that hit us. I think the world has really addressed it considerably well, of the doctors especially. So thank you so much for doing what you do, because you're up against a lot of controversy, because some people say, oh, it's not true, it's just made up, and so you're having to deal with all of the controversy that revolves around something like this. It's not about, at this point, political gain. It's about surviving. And
this is you who would be responsible for your contact with other person.
Exactly.
So you should always be wearing a barrier between the two persons.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Dr. Sagu, are we on the right track in terms of taking the task force the way India is handling the COVID situation?
Yes, definitely, because the data says, now the data itself speaks. We are,
So go ahead, doctor.
It's being 1 month of the lockdown now, and we have seen the tremendous improvement. If we talk about the doubling time, now doubling time, earlier it was 3 days, now it has come to 10 days. Our test positive rate is also 4.5, and we don't have a severe patients. Our mortality is slightly lower side if we see on the global side. So the data itself, it says that by lockdown, by the preventive measures which we have did, they are working well for us, and now we are going into the safe zone. So we have already saved the lives, and now this is the time to save the livelihood. So maybe we can plan, we can go for the plan B, we can go for the exit plans now. And here I would like to comment upon one thing, that because uh, this the disease of because of the coronavirus COVID-19 is not much lethal in the countries where the BCG vaccine has been already given. So where the BCG vaccine is a part of national immunization program. So like Italy and the US, it's not a regular part of the national immunization program. So that may be one of the reasons that the lethality is on the higher side in those parts of the world. And on the basis of this, now what happened in India? So we are going to do some human clinical trials for the COVID-19 on the basis of BCG vaccine. Now they are going to use the recombinant BCG, and I think within a week they will start the human trials. And maybe this BCG vaccine, if it would be safe and effective against the COVID-19, so we already have the BCG vaccine, lots and lots, the million doses we already have, and we already have proven the safety of this vaccine, and it would be very easy, and we will take a very less time to prove effective, safe vaccine against the COVID-19. In Pune, one of the province in India, from Maharashtra, Pune. So the Serum Institute is going to work on this, and the recombinant BCG vaccine, they are going to start the human trials, and I think this vaccine will be available for the COVID-19. And even the University of Oxford, London also, they have come up with the vaccine. They have finished their animal trials. They are now going to start the human trials, and that vaccine will also be available for us, and that would be good against the fight of COVID-19.
Yeah,
we should continue the lockdown for, I mean, to break the chain, or maybe to stop what we are doing and continue doing the good process, because the scare in India, and you know about it, that if we start, I mean, behaving normally, or if we stop the lockdown and start the regular business, it might spread again. What do you think about it?
Yes. There would be definitely a big surge if we lift up the lockdown. The lockdown is helping us, and I think we should continue for another 1 month. And the social distancing is very important. It may be continuing for 1 year. It's good for us also. Social distancing is good, and hand washing is good. Increase your immunity is good. Hand hygiene is good. Everything is good. We can continue. The thing is, when we are going to start our normal work, when we are going to start uplifting our economy, so that may be possible maybe next month. And even then, we need to continue all these preventive measures. These preventive measures are going to save us from the COVID-19. This is the only disease where you have to make yourself safe before the others, and you have to make the others also safe. So by making others, you are making yourself safe. So definitely this social distancing, this hand hygiene, hand washing, everything should continue.
I'm going to just I'm just going to do it to be safe. I'm going to pretend like the virus is still out there and it's still going to get me, and I'm just going to take that precaution and be safe. But I will say this: Vegas has offered themselves as a test bed. So if you want to bring in the idea of testing whether, social distancing, that if you just behave normal and maybe your vaccine, they've offered themselves, hey, bring your test here. We'll be the test bed. You can try and practice, new social practices, what works and what doesn't here. I mean, they're pretty desperate right now because they had to shut down and they don't have people. And so, I mean, the thing is we're going to have to test it. I don't want to be the one testing it. I don't know. How do we do that? We're going to use mice. I don't know. Yes.
I think there are a lot of volunteers who want to, who want to come forward and, take part in the clinical trials and testing process. I have seen a lot of articles and people taking that. I think Dr. Sabbu might be having a good idea about that because, yes, sir.
No, there is no harm in helping the nation, helping the globe. So I think Jennifer was the first volunteer. She came up, and
Yes.
I think the successful trial has already been started on her, and she is giving good results. I mean, the results are also good. The vaccine is coming safe. So when you know when the human trials are going to start, when you have finished your animal trials, when you have finished your animal trials and it has been proved safe, effective, and with good efficiency, it has already been proved. Then I don't mind there is any harm to uh, 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 get yourself as a volunteer for the human trials. I'm ready for that. If somebody wants to do the trials on me, I'm always there.
Given what happened with this particular virus, and say we do get a vaccine, it's going to be just for this particular virus. That's
Yeah.
not going to stop another pandemic virus from hitting the world. I think we're better prepared now. I think something happened again. We know to lock down real fast, just like you lock your doors in your house so you don't let predators in. But I mean, we're going to get the vaccine. I don't think we should stop our practices of good hygiene and building our immunity. I think that that's going to be our best defense in future warfare against viruses.
Yeah, so we can develop our immunity, and definitely by immunity, if I mean, a lot of people they when they, all of those they will recover from this COVID-19, and what will we do? We are just making a celebrity to a common man. So now
Yeah.
COVID-19 is a celebrity, and after that, after the vaccine will come, it becomes common man, common
Yeah.
man. So when it
Yeah.
will become common man, I don't think we should be afraid of. We should be scared of this COVID-19.
No,
But I think if we continue following the best practices,
Yes,
whether
yes.
we
We
have
should
vaccine
follow
or
the
not,
best
I
practices.
think
Whether
we can be
yeah,
prepared for a lot of other pandemics. Might be we have to face in future. And Dr. Sabu, we are
yeah,
getting a lot of viewers asking us that they wanted to undergo the weight loss surgery or things like that. Is this the right time,
yeah.
or do we have to wait for a couple of months to do that?
So we are already undergoing some video consultations. We are getting consultation done right now because this is the good time to have a complete evaluation, complete history, and complete clinical examination. And maybe later on, after 1 month, we are going to start the bariatric surgeries, and we have already set up some guidelines for that, even for the all of the surgeries, but specifically for the bariatric surgeries, and using all those guidelines and getting the COVID-19 testing and everything, we'll start the bariatric surgery. We have so many patients in pipeline right now. We are getting so many calls every day that they
Yeah,
want to get the surgery because so many people they are in India now, who
yeah,
have come from Canada, and they want to get the surgery done so that they have a time period now, and with this time period they want to get everything done. So it is difficult for us to do a surgery right now, but yes, maybe from the next month we can start the surgeries, and till that we can complete our consultation and everything with the patients.
but what kind of best practices those patients should follow because they are overweight and they have diabetes and they have blood pressures, and during this pandemic they might be the most conscious person because immunity is very low
But
at point of time, and COVID is at the peak. So what kind of things they should do and what kind of practice they should follow?
yeah, number one, very important is a healthy lifestyle. We should follow the healthy lifestyle. It consider your physical activity also, and it consider your healthy diet also. And you should be very much disciplined because during this lockdown, we are not that much disciplined which we were earlier. But now we should be very much disciplined. You have a exact time of sleeping, exact time of waking up, and exact time of taking meal, lunch, and dinner. So you should be very much disciplined. You should take care of your diet. Don't take processed diet. Don't take fast food. Just take high in the protein, low in the carbohydrate, take a lot of liquids, and this would be best practices. And if you are suffering from any type of the disease, you should keep your disease under control. If you're diabetic, don't omit your medicines. Don't miss your medicine. Take your medicine regularly, whether it is regarding diabetes, whether it is regarding hypertension, your kidney disease, your psychiatric problems. Don't miss your medicine and have a good sleep. At least 7 to 8 hours sleep is very important. There should not be any type of stress. Do some stress bursting activities so that your mental health should also be good. Keep your physical and mental health very good.
And also, sir, a lot of patient also wants to know, because you have to visit hospitals and you have to see patients, maybe physically or, I mean, like whatever ways you are doing from past month or so, how you are protecting yourself from your family and from the COVID-19, because you are also contagious while doing all those things which you have to do. So what are the best practices you are following for your family and for your?
In the, because there are basically three zones. One is the staging zone, one is the ward, and other is the patient's intensive care unit. So according to your category, you have to wear the PPE. If you are in the OPD and there is no COVID patients, there is no symptomatic COVID patients, and you have not seen the patient in that OPD since last 10 days, a COVID patient, then you can follow the simple. You can wear your 3-layer surgical mask. You can have a face shield. You can have a normal surgical gown. So what all these practices, we are following all these practices, and we are trying to have the same. We are following the hand hygiene. We are washing our hands after consulting every patient to wash your hands, and we are going to clean the surfaces. Even my table also, the hand wash. My housekeeping, they're going to clean my tables. Yeah, they are going to clean all the surfaces where the patients have touched. So it is very important to follow good hygiene, hand washing, and clean all the surfaces wherever the patient had touched, even your mobiles also.
That's right.
Actually, I'm trying my AirPods so that I should not be touching my mobile. Yeah.
Okay.
So because the mobile is also a vehicle for your coronavirus. So try to keep your mobile in the pouch, or try to use your hand freeze, or try to use your AirPods.
You know, jewelry is another thing that I noticed, that are objects that we wear that could have attracted the virus, and you're carrying it in. You don't realize that it's on your body. You're touching other people. So I've taken and removed all of my jewelries, except for this, and I try to keep it clean and everything. But there are just so many things we don't think about. Our outerwear, right? You know, take it off, set it in an area where it airs out for a couple hours. If you've been out on the street, take your shoes off before you come in the house. But there are so many new practices that we can get into that are just healthy for you in general, right? It would prevent transfer of any virus if you just got in these little. And Dr. Sagu, you make it just, you calm me when you talk about these things, because I get frustrated with other people and they go, oh, it's, this, but you tell it in such good sound form because you live this life. I mean, you're in contact with everybody who could have it. So I thank you for your advice on this. I mean, it's.
And I would like to welcome our guest. We have
just the principle. Yeah.
It is principle.
Yeah. Just the principle is you have.
Go ahead.
Just the principle is you have to clean and wash your virus. It is not my virus. It is not your virus. I have to clean and wash your virus as well as my virus.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So, Dr. Dugu, we have Dr. Rahul with us. He's a consultant pulmonologist at Jaslok Hospital, Bombay. And Dr. Rahul, we have
Dr. Rahul,
surgeon from Delhi.
No,
We have Rajkumar Jainji. He's a senior chartered accountant based out of Bombay. We have Grandmaster Max joining us from Vietnam. He's originally from Australia.
Sure.
And we have Lee and me joining
Hi, Rajkumar ji.
and taking care
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Namaskar, sir.
So, Dr. Rahul, as Dr. Sagu said, there are best practices and a lot of things we are following as a doctor. What kind of practice you are following for your family?
Can you come again, sir? The voice is echoing.
So I said, what kind of
What kind of practice am I following?
Can you hear us now?
See, yes, I can hear you now, right?
Yeah.
See, we are following a best practice of rationing ourselves first. Because if we consultants, we medical practitioners all go to the field on the front line, there's a, however careful we are, right? There's a high probability of any one of us catching the virus and falling ill.
Yeah.
So we are doing in our practice rationing of ourselves, like one person takes around for a week, and then that person is off for 4 weeks of the campus. Now, having rationed ourselves, we have rationed our residents also in the same fashion. Now, coming to the actual thing, when we travel in our cars, we do not switch on our ACs, but we take the windows down. The reason for this is very simple. The AC in the car, if you see, after some time, the air inside it circulates within itself. Either you take a fresh air from outside or you let the air windows down. As soon as you enter the campus, you are screened and you are checked. We are checked, all of us, by the thermal gun, and our swabs are checked. So deposited, you change into the scrubs, and then we go over hand wash. And hand wash is a surgical hand wash, and you wear the PPE, and then you are out in the thing. You see, we are chest physicians, so we always deal with something like cold, cough, fever, right? So it is as a part of a routine protocol, we wear PPEs all throughout our while we are staying in the hospital. When you come out, you undress your PPE, do your hand wash, remove your shoe covers, which is most important, right? And then wear your other pair of shoes and come out of the hospital and follow the same routine. Before entering the house, do a thorough hand wash. My sister stands with a sterilizing agent at the door, and I'm not allowed to enter the house before doing a proper hand wash. And the shoes are always kept out.
What about the clothing and attire you wear while you are in hospital and while you come back?
In a hospital today I'm wearing a suit, but in hospital I will normally wear a half sleeve shirt and no ties and a comfortable formal wear, because the ties and the suits are the least washable things which we wash very quite less, and they have a chance of carrying the virus more commonly than whatever we can. And we also don't use our own personal stethoscopes and own personal writing instruments. We use whatever is provided in the hospital, and the hospital equipment does not come home, and our home equipment does not go to the hospital. So.
And sir, do you have separate clothing for hospitals and for your
Yes. We have to change it to scrubs when you go into the hospital, and then you are allowed inside the campus.
Okay. And are you following any kind of sanitization, gate kind of a thing? Because your cars, your mobile phones, everything is contagious to virus.
So in the hospital, our mobiles are all kept in the locker as in department. We don't take mobile phones within the hospital itself. Wow. And see, however careful you are, whatever sterilizing agent you use, right, it's very difficult for us to achieve 100% sterilization at all points. So it's best to avoid use of mobile phones. And whatever is there, you can see there are always phones in the hospital. They can reach you at whatever extension you are there on the hospital, and they're also covered by a protective plastic drape, which is sterile.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of requests from our viewers that they would like to know more about you. So they wanted to know where are you from, what do you do, how you have started your journey as a doctor. So can you please elaborate?
Your personal background, what, and in particular this particular practice.
My name is Dr. Rahul Bahut. I'm a citizen of Mumbai, India, and I'm practicing at Just Look Hospital as a full-timer and as a teacher at there, training the residents there. Right. So this is the brief background about me. I take sessions and lectures for the postgraduate. I also I'm a CME certified speaker by the Medical Council, where I take CME sessions for the other doctors. I have young onset Parkinson's, but that has not deterred me to move in life. And I do my bronchoscopy without any hurdles, and life is just good.
Life is just good. Wow, that's awesome. I want to ask a question, doing what you do, because mostly it's lung cancer patients. Am I correct?
See, I'm a pulmonologist. I look after chest diseases.
Chest diseases in general.
That is your asthma, COPD, smoking diseases, lung fibrosis, tuberculosis, pleural diseases.
Asthma and things like that. So I'm just curious, with the COVID-19, do you see that there are going to be permanent damages to the lungs because COVID was in there? Because we know that it tears. Is there going to be permanent damage?
You see, coming to your first point, COVID-19 causing permanent damage to the lungs. Most of the times the disease is a mild course of a disease. 82% of the patients do not manifest with severe pneumonia or any signs as such. They do manifest, but they manifest like a mild infection, mild fever, dry cough, and it subsides on its own. The kind of patients which we are really worried are the patients which have decreased lung compliance, as in the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, where the disease can take a complicated course. But again, if you see the world statistics for complicated courses, it's not much. More or less, if you take proper precautions in an early phase of the disease can be halted, and you can definitely win over this virus, provided you follow the social norms, obey your government authorities, and take a good care of yourself.
That's good. Yeah. That is awesome.
And
That's
sir, what are the basic symptoms of COVID-19? Because we have seen symptoms starting from January. There were some symptoms, and then we are adding a lot of new symptoms now, and people are a little confused and scared. What are the symptoms, and how they will get to know whether they have COVID-19?
Aniket, the first and the foremost thing, COVID does not present like a simple flu. A flu has an incubation period of 3 to 5 days, right? Flu will start as rhinitis, runny nose, throat congestion, and then fever comes. COVID has a more subtle onset. Subtle onset in the sense that you will have fever coming as a predominant complaint first, then cough will come as a second complaint over 3 to 4 days. Then gradually, if the disease goes in a complicated phase, you will have breathlessness setting in, right? So when you find your fever and cough and no rhinorrhea, that is no runny nose, you have to suspect yourself, or you have had a contact with somebody who has traveled from outside. We see a lot of people who have come from outside. So it's better to screen yourself first, get your COVID test done, meet your doctor, ask him that you expose your history, that you have met somebody from outside the country, and get your testing done. These are the simple ways to do it. But lately we have found COVID is not a respiratory disease alone. It presents a multi-system disorder. It can present as a renal failure on day one, proteinuria, severe proteinuria on day one. It can present with a CNS complaint like cerebrovascular accidents. It can present to ophthalmology like conjunctivitis, runny, watery eyes. It can present to cardiologists with chest pain, acute coronary syndrome. So the suspicion of COVID is to be high on our cards and index, right? If we find a history of foreign travel or a history of fever coming in first, and these complaints coming in, we should have a high index of suspicion. That is only we have presently in hand. But there are some tests which can pick up COVID very early, like if you do a screening CT scan of the chest. Mind you, screening CT scan is not available everywhere, but where facilities are available, screening CT scan can show you some changes on the lungs fields, which even appear before your saturation drops, or your X-ray picks up a finding, or your RT-PCR comes positive. The rate of positive CT scan picking up that COVID virus or a viral infection is 72% in RT-PCR, that is swab negative individual, which is a high number.
Yeah.
So it is must as a chest physician that I screen my patients. Mind you, screening CT scan does not take a long time like a usual CT scan. In my centers, a usual CT scan only takes 6 seconds for a patient to be screened.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what are the best ways to treat symptoms? I mean, if we have some initial symptoms and we think it's going toward the COVID-19, because symptoms can be 14.
Yeah.
So what are the
so my request to all the viewers is do not self-medicate. Number one, do not self-medicate.
Okay.
Ibuprofen is contraindicated in COVID. Please do not take ibuprofen. Right? A simple paracetamol can do your job. Fine.
Yeah.
Follow doctor's instruction. Having no respiratory compromise, saturations are good, respiratory rate is good, there's no florid pneumonia, this patient can stay at home under isolation. Now, when I say isolation, it's a strict isolation which has to be followed. Means the utensils, the dressing, the attached toilet of the patient should be separate. Because this virus is even found in the excreta of a human and even in the saliva of a human being. Fine. So when you maintain a good separation and give a good hydration, put the mask N95 on the patient's face, sir, please. And the caregiver has to use that N95 mask and follow proper universal safety precautions. That is only which is required. Now, coming to the point, why get the virus itself in the first place? Why not follow social distancing? and protect yourself with good hygienic practices and keep the virus away out of your door.
Oh, I
They
agree.
say apple a day keeps the doctor away. I say hand wash a day and social distancing keeps the COVID virus away.
Lots of water. Drink lots of water. You know.
Yes, ma'am. They
How big
advocate
is the
to drink
immune
water, but
factor?
lots of water is not recommended as much as it is. It's a common thing, which, but the studies have found out no great benefit of drinking a lot of water to
Okay.
also. And the water you drink is very important, ma'am, because it has to be boiled, filtered, and then cooled. Most of the people do what they do, they keep it in the refrigerator and then they drink a boiled, cool, chilled water, and then they catch a normal flu and they say, oh, it didn't work. That's it.
They did it wrong. Boiled
Doctor,
water.
So nowadays we have special waters as well. I mean, sports people used to have. I think Max is with us. He is a grandmaster chess. So what they do is they have hydrogen-based water, which is good for health. What do you think about that water comparison to the aqua water, filtered water, or maybe we use the matka water in India? What are the different ways to capture those water, and what are the good? I mean, is it good for body or immunity? Yes, Dr. Rahul.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Just repeat the question. Yeah.
So I've asked a question to Dr. Rahul that sports people who have a lot of athlete-based sports, like maybe they're playing football or tennis or all those things. So they prefer hydrogen-based water, which is good for health. I'm not sure whether the chess is also following the same thing. So just I wanted to understand how that water is different from the filtered water what we have. And in India, we used to have water which we put it in a mud kind of a basket, and that is an auto chill water which gives you a lot of immunity booster. That's what we believe in India. So just wanted to understand, which is the good water to have it at this point of time. Dr. Rahul?
Yeah, can I come in, sir? See,
Yeah.
we come from a background where our resources are scarce, right?
Yeah.
A good water boiled at 100 degrees and then cooled, filtered and cooled is a good water for me to use anywhere, right? With the bottled water, which you say, there's always a risk of contamination, as we have seen various reports cropping up in media and anywhere. I would strongly recommend against the use of bottled water because I don't know how long the bottle has been kept, or you have to check the manufactured date, which I don't think so. Even I don't check a manufacturing date of the bottle before consuming it. So I would prefer a home filtered, boiled and a cooled water that is best to keep me and my patient safe.
Okay.
Doctor, the viewers like to know one view about this COVID-19, where you as being a specialist in the pulmonologist for the respiratory, because normally what we understand is the moment if the COVID is become positive in any patient, then the respiratory problem is there.
No.
How to deal about that? How to deal about that? And
See,
how we can come to the symptoms are there?
Okay, sir. I'll answer your question in parts. First thing, as soon as the patient is detected COVID positive, does not mean the respiratory symptoms set in. Because 82% of the times the virus remains indolent. It follows a mild phase. Now there are two variants of the virus, L variant and the S variant. If you have the S variant of the virus, which is picked up on a genome study, the course is mild. The course is not so fulminant. But if you have the L variant of the virus picking up, then the course is fulminant. Now, number two, the individual's own immunity.
Can you elaborate this S basis and L basis of virus? Because till date we know only it is a positive or negative as a layman.
Yeah. As a layman, see, you'd say a positive or a negative. But let me tell you something more interesting fact which we have come across. The sputum test, the nasal swab test which we do, only 66% sensitive, right? That means out of 100, 34 people will have the virus and will not be tested positive. This is the limitation of the test. Whereas in salivary samples, 91% sensitivity is there. And when we add a screening CT to the test, the sensitivity of the screening CT in positive patients is as close to 95%, and in negative cases as close to 75%. So you increase the diagnostic yield of yourself. That is the number one for diagnosis. Number two of your question is, how will the patient know, right? How do I know that I am having COVID? If the disease the underlying disease, suppose I have asthma and my disease exacerbates and it's not resolving by usual medications which I'm taking, which for control of asthma, I should get in touch with a practitioner or my doctor and ask him to screen me for COVID, because screening and having a high index of suspicion is primarily important in this disease. First thing, your usual medicines will not work. Second thing, you will have breathlessness. That is the point of time you need to seek an active medical advice. Yes, sir. Have I answered your question, Dr. Mr. Jain?
Yes, sir.
Or
Perfectly, perfectly. Second thing is, doctor, like that, in case, suppose in the surrounding, because lot of lockdown and lot of coordination is there in India, and lot of things are there. Suppose in the next door or next building, if somebody got positive, the
yes,
government the police has sealed that building. What
yes.
precaution as a resident we can take it nearby area? Whether we should stop going there or we should not come in the contact with the person like that.
See, I would suggest rather than you not coming in contact with the person who's infected with COVID take the responsibility and the onus and act as a good Samaritan to the society and isolate himself in the house. So, this is the primary practice I would recommend rather than, you see, because if you stop going there, if people take this attitude of not interacting with those people, it will mean like a social outcast for that person in the period of lockdown, which is more worse. Instead, the person can undergo self-isolation to himself, wear a mask, N95 mask, or a reusable FFP2 class mask, stay indoors in the house, have an attached toilet to the house. Suppose the attached toilet is not there, then isolate himself in such a way that he goes to the toilet at the time where others are not there using the toilet and cleans the toilet.
Every time.
I'm sorry, but the person should know to clean the toilet. We clean our own toilets in everybody's house, right? We don't wait for somebody else from outside to come and clean. It's better that the person who is infected cleans his own toilet and then follows proper hand hygiene measures, right? It takes a 30-second time. Now, this 30-second time is important, sir. If I have to tell you, if hand hygiene has to be done, it has to be done for 30 seconds because it has been statistically shown the rate of transmission of influenza virus is 0.01% when you hand wash for 30 seconds. And the rate of transmission increases as your period for hand wash decreases. So, suppose I don't have an alcohol swab. Let me elaborate your question now to a practicality. I don't have an alcohol hand wash. So, what can I do? Use a good amount of soap. That is also sufficient to kill the virus. But a 30-second time is important, sir.
But sir, can we use Dettol as well with the soap mixing of Dettol? Would that also work?
See, any soponification agent, any agent which soponifies, right? It washes away the lipid, the fat layer of the virus and destroys the virus surface protein. So, mixing of Dettol is not necessarily required, sir. A good soap, any soap can do the thing. See, as a practitioner, I have to tell you the basic truths. There's not a brand of soap which cannot do it. Okay.
I got your point, sir. And sir, a lot of our viewers would like to know that how they can protect their family members if they think that they have some illness or maybe something related to COVID, because people who are having a headache, they also think that they have COVID. So that is what the rumor is. So how you can
call from people saying to me that, sir, I have COVID. Can I be checked? When you ask them the symptoms, they don't match like COVID. The first symptom for COVID is the fever is the most predominant symptom in the absence of runny nose. This is very classical. Like, after seeing so many patients, you come to know that this is not COVID. And the kind of cough which they have, COVID patients, is a very dry and hacking cough. You can recognize it from a distance. Having said this, you ask a patient to isolate himself or herself well. Wear N95 mask. Use your proper hand hygiene measure. Now I am again coming to hand hygiene before touching anything, hand hygiene before going to bed, touching your beddings, hand hygiene before eating anything, after eating anything. Please wash your hands. The more you wash the virus off.
Sir, I have a question for Max as well in the meantime.
Family members are not to use the utensils of the patient. The clothes of the patient should be washed separately in a separate solution. Okay, they should not be mixed. Now coming to the survivability of the virus, since you asked this question, right?
Yeah.
How much the virus can survive on what surfaces virus will survive.
Exactly. That's a good
right. See, the virus is known to survive the least on copper metals. It's known to survive for intermediate period of stainless steel, so up to 4 to 5 hours or more on a stainless steel, and more than 72 hours on a normal surface, right? So mopping of the floor. And one more thing, which is an interesting study from China, which we found, the virus does not remain suspended in air for a long time. It settles on the floor. Okay, so proper mopping of the floor is very important, sir, to cut down the rate of transmission of this virus.
Wow. That's something. Is there a way we could just wash our whole bodies and the inside of our bodies with some kind of solution to get rid of the virus? Because we talk about washing our hands and we do good soap. And is there some kind of soap we can put in our mouth and sinuses and get rid of it? Like,
madam, honestly speaking, not required. It is taking one thing to an exaggeration point of it. When your hand wash can reduce the transmission virus to 0.01, when you do it properly, why would you want to do something else more tedious? Tell me.
I'm just curious. You know, I think about the virus being inside of me, and I'm like, why can't we just get rid of it?
Yes.
I guess we're waiting for vaccines, and meanwhile, wash your hands, because your hands are the most contagious part of your whole body anyway, right?
Yeah,
Because
right.
we cough, we should be coughing like this, but we cough, we sneeze.
I would not recommend coughing like this, because what happens is when you take your hand like this, instead of your nose touching the arm, your nose goes down and you cough in the air.
Okay.
Sneeze out in the air.
So
it has to be done very properly, right? Instead, use a tissue, disposable tissue, sneeze into a tissue and get rid of it.
That's what I have. I do that too.
Yes.
It's easier.
One thing has been told as far as the sleep is concerned. Just now, Dr. Baka has told that at least 7 to 8 hours sleep one should have it to avoid all this type of calamity. Now, one thing is that case of sleep apnea case, that is your subject, sir. Sleep apnea case, the patient is of the sleep apnea, where he doesn't have the sound sleep. And he will have, how do you advise him to protect it?
Sir, to be honest, to be honest, coming to your question, the patient will sleep if he sleeps the most.
Right.
He sleeps the most. He sleeps more than you or me. He keeps sleeping. Number one. He sleeps more than 8 to 12 hours in a day. But what happens is his sleep is fragmented and there are desaturations, which are the cause of illness in him. Right. So when a patient with sleep apnea is there, I would recommend that patient to isolate himself. Wear a N95 mask when walking outside or going to a zone. Practice namaste, which is our good Indian culture. There's no need to hug anybody. Respect and be conveyed from a distance. Right. And eat good food. Good food is good food. Enrich yourself with vitamin C. There have been studies which show vitamin D is a good immunomodulator which helps to protect you from the virus. So consume some amount of vitamin D, cod liver oil, take amla, take lemon juice, honey, warm water, protect yourself from natural foodstuffs. Having said this, isolate yourself. Follow strict norms of social isolation. See, I have Parkinson's, which is one of the major risk factors for the disease. Okay.
Right.
Yes. So I isolate myself from patients unless absolutely necessary to see them. Right. I do not call them in a distance of less than 4 meters close to me. Because when you talk, the saliva comes out and the micro droplets can travel a distance of 4 meters. It has influence, sir. So if I don't take care of my health, then who is responsible for me going down, sir? Me or the other people? This is a question I have to ask the viewers. You are your own boss.
That's right. We're responsible for our own actions, and our responsibility now is a reaction to what can happen to others. So we really need to take very, very big concern. I love the idea of doing this. We have a question here. I think you've been talking about it, about building the immunity, taking your vitamins, and of course the natural way, organic ways are always better. You mentioned vitamin lemons. I hear this a lot. Is there some particular reason why lemons are the popular fruit for doing this?
See, honestly speaking, lemons are the citrus fruits have a high content of vitamin C, which protects respiratory infections. They have also water-soluble vitamins to some extent with them. They are citrus, they are acidic fruits at the end of the day. The lemon has had a medicinal property all the while, and we all have used it. We all know it, right? So, and it's very easily and handily available in everybody's kitchen. You don't have to go out specially hunting for a lemon, right? what is handy, use that the best. That is my first dictum. What is at hand, you use it first, right? Otherwise, if you go to say amla is the richest source of vitamin C, but who will go to find an amla in this point of time? Lemon is everywhere available, so at very
Right.
cheap price than amla. So you can use that.
And that's very common sense. That's not something that just takes a lot of effort. And you said something about not taking Advil, and I think that's very important to understand. That we got to be careful about the medications we put into our body while we're fighting a virus we don't understand. So thank you for sharing that with us. We had another question here about air systems and recycling air that people are
Yes,
in.
yes.
What is your thoughts on that?
See, my thoughts on an air system is, as far as possible, avoid a central cooled AC system. Because if you are having a office facility, it's better to keep your windows open nowadays, because it has been shown in studies when they did the studies using an artificial simulator, the virus particles just get washed off in the wind of air. It is that light, right? Rather than a closed air where it remains hanging in the suspension for quite some time.
Right.
And circulation also is like that, ma'am. If you use the same air, right, the amount of electricity consumed is less. If you let a fresh air in, the amount of electricity consumed is more. So if you are wanting to pay high bills, right, you let a fresh air in again and again, but at what cost? You'll end up paying more. Instead of that, just keep your windows open, let the fresh air come in. And as you've seen in nowadays, the quality of air has improved over all the places in the world because of all people are being locked down. There's a lot of pollution just come down. The quality of air has improved across the globe.
Yes.
Why not use that for it?
There is one viewer has questioned it out, Samyak Jain from India. Doc Saab,
Yes.
how to improve immunity?
See, sir, the basic question to how to improve immunity is to have a good food, avoid junk food, right? Have a good home cooked food, whatever proportion you are comfortable with. Have enough amount of proteins in your food. Reduce the amount of carbohydrate and fat. That should increase your immunity. See, improving immunity is not an overnight task that you can just take a magic pill and increase it. You have to have good, healthy practices of exercise, yoga to follow it up with.
And so, Dr. Rahul, there is a lot of questions from our viewers because they are suffering from diabetes, blood pressure, chronic diseases, cancer, and also they can't take all these foods which you have mentioned, like citrus, some can't take citrus and all those things. So how they can build their immunity? And also, viewers would like to know how they can check that whether they have good immunity system. What are the ways to check those immunity, whether we have it or not?
See, the one of the most fundamental ways to check is whether you have a good immunity system or no is observe yourself well. You don't have fever, you don't have cold cough, which the people around have. It is indirectly an indicator of you having a very good immunity, right?
Okay.
See, if you want to do if suppose immunocompromised patients are there, right? Then there are specific blood tests like CD4 cell counts are done, lymphocyte counts are done, differential counts are done. But that is for a later stage for cancer patients who are on chemotherapy, right? There we determine the immunity by doing the blood tests. Now, how do these sort of populations protect themselves? Rather than building the immunity, I would suggest that they take all healthy food stuff, right? Healthy food stuff which is not likable by all of us. They can have a good amount of soya bean, which is a veg protein. They can have egg white, which is always permissible to them, which is also a good source of protein, and build their immunity up slowly and steadily. But most important in all I do is social distancing and hand wash. This is the most important. You do social distancing and hand wash, you keep the virus out 99% of the times of your own house.
Okay. And how do they have to isolate themselves from their, family, because people are suffering from a lot of chronic diseases and a lot of other. So, and they are very prone to COVID-19.
See, rather than separating the family member who is having a chronic respiratory disease out from the family right at start, let the family and the member follow social distancing within the house. Maintain a distance of 2 meters apart from each other, right? And let that person who is having this chronic respiratory illness or chronic disease do not venture out. I'm very specific to this. Do not venture out. Because once you venture out without a proper precaution, you are subjecting yourself. You are calling harm to yourself. Then nobody else is to blame once you get it, sir.
You don't know what kind of a matter you're going to bring back into the home. And it's kind of like a horror movie. I hate comparing it to horror movies, but for the mindsets who don't understand, it's very much like a horror movie. You go out into that unknown, you don't know what you're bringing back home. We have no idea the origins. We're still finding out that animals can get the virus. So we have no idea the origins, what we're fighting. The best thing to do is stay home, let the doctors do their job, get the contaminated or contaminated. I do have a question for you. I don't think it's one of the ones that are being asked here, but ventilators have been a big topic in the medical field. And what have you seen in the use of ventilators for this particular disease? And what's your opinion on using ventilators?
Life-saving.
Great.
One word for them, life-saving. You have to use ventilators ASAP. You feel the patient is going to respiratory distress, because when you are able to tide over the crisis, there are two types of ventilation. One, we do prophylactic ventilation when we anticipate a crisis and go ahead and do intubation and ventilation. And when the patient has CPCR and you do, that is the heart stops beating, you do the revival and you put the patient on ventilator. The chances of recovery of a patient after the patient's heart has stopped beating is much less, rather than go and preemptively intubate and ventilate the patient in respiratory distress. You tide over the crisis, you support the body with a good amount of nutrition, fluid and medicines, you are able to get the patient out.
I'm glad to hear that. There's been such a huge controversy. We know that there are not enough ventilators in our country in some places. How has it been for your country, in your hospitals?
See, we have not yet faced a shortage of ventilators, probably because social distancing, which is a norm, which our government has promoted, has been followed well in our country. Though you hear sporadic reports here and there, 90% of the population is still indoors. So if you see the graph of people infected across the world and compared to India, we are much less. So whatever ventilators we have for now are sufficing for us. But if we do not follow the norms of the government and do our own stuff, then we will also run in shortage, like you guys are running at the other end of the world.
I mean, it's just so simple. It's, we say our pill right here, stay at home. That's the medication. For preventive, stay at home, wash your hands, normal hygiene, stay close to home. I mean, where I live in the country, so I'm hoping by going out into my woods, I'm not.
I would like to take this viewer question. This is very important. Can you advise the use of hydrochloroquine tablets as a preventive measure? There's one viewer who has put this question.
Yeah.
Hydroxychloroquine is only recommended for prophylaxis in healthcare workers.
Thank you.
Because they are exposed to the virus. Please do not take this tablet at your own self. It is known to cause ECG abnormalities, which you will never pick up.
Thank you. That was
one more question for you. So, are the patients with asthma who are using anti-IL-5 treatment or similar, at higher risk, basically, should they stop or modify the dosage, or what should they do? Because
No. They should continue their usual doses. The point what I want to bring to your notice here is Britain, which has the highest incidence of asthma, has come out with the finding that asthmatics have a lesser intense course of the disease. If you take your medicines well, they are known to protect you.
Okay. And so we had Dr. David, with us earlier this week, and he's treating his patients like he's treating the asthma patients because he thinks that asthma and COVID patients with respiratory problems are in a similar stage. So, do you agree with that, or do you know about any practice or case studies about that?
See, I will tell you honestly, I see a lot of asthmas day in and day out. I wake up with asthma, sleep with asthma. I have yet to see my single patient of asthma going into fulminant respiratory failure or COVID. From January, since the time the disease is entered in the country to now, I have had 0 patients of asthma going into complications.
And sir, there is one more question regarding asthma, that people are using inhalers, and can it be become infected? What?
To be honest to you, with regard to inhalers, it is not the inhaler which gets infected. It is the canister or the spacer which the people use as an intermediate thing. Now, where you keep the spacer is important. After cleaning the spacer, you keep it on the kitchen sink, which most of the people do in the house. So at night, cockroach comes and it dances over your inhaler and goes away, making it infected and more prone for allergens. or you keep your inhaler in a very cool, dry place. See, it's very simple. You just use lukewarm water, just dip your inhalers into it, or the spacer into it, water, shake it dry, and keep it in a dry place, cupboard at a safe place. That's it. It's required only that much to clean your inhaler, and you have to clean your so the vehicle conduit, that's the spacer, once a week. You don't have to clean it every day, provided you are the only person using the spacer. If you are sharing the spacers where the economy of spacers is practiced, then the mouthpiece needs to be cleaned with every single transit with alcohol swabs.
So that's interesting to know. I didn't think about that, but you could even put it in a Ziploc bag, right? You can put it in a little Rubbermaid container.
Yes.
It doesn't have to sit out. I mean, so we've got some questions from some other guests who are watching.
Yes.
And
Rani would like to know that can fever be the only symptom for COVID-19, or maybe there are multiple symptoms, or maybe one symptom can cause you COVID-19?
See, the one symptom which is not a symptom of COVID-19, which is in her, which is saying is no cough, no cold, only fever, but a headache, right?
Yeah.
Headache can be a sign of sinusitis. Infected sinuses not being draining well, right? And only fever is there, right? So fever, she needs to monitor a fever and watch for signs of complications, which come like breathlessness or a dry cough coming in the later course of time. And if she wants to be very 100% sure, let her speak to a doctor who can ask for a COVID swab. But mind you, this swab has to be taken 2 times, not once.
Okay.
First, day 0, and then repeat it after for 5 days time. Be absolutely be sure about it.
But sir, we also have seen that a lot of people who have negative test, initial 7 to 10 days, and then at the 14 days positive.
Yeah, that is what I told you, sir, at the start, that the nasal swab is only 66% positive sensitive. We are in a process of proposing a guideline where we include a screening CT scan test wherever feasible, or screening X-ray wherever feasible, or do a salivary sample, which is more better. The best is the sputum, but they hardly get a sputum, sir.
And a lot of people also having problems, while breathing and when the mask is on, because with the mask it's difficult to breathe for a lot of people. So
no. I would strongly not agree to you, because number one, it is where you ask the person what is the difficulty. Is it breathing in or breathing out? Where is the difficulty? 90% of the time you say, I feel uncomfortable wearing the mask. That is okay, because you've not worn the mask throughout your life.
Okay.
If I ask you to wear something on your face, close tight, you are not going to like it, sir.
Right.
But sir, what are the best practices to wear a mask? Is there any best practice, or which side should we wear, and how often should we change the mask and things like that? Because I think this is
masks are not recommended for general public. Let me be first honest and very practically tell you this fact. I've seen people wearing dragon-shaped masks, eagle-shaped masks, all sorts of mask shapes I've seen throughout the city as I move. Not required unless you are coming in contact with a COVID patient.
Okay.
Healthcare workers need masks, right? And number 2, the mask is never to be touched on the outer surface. Mask has to be always removed from the inner surface out. The bands have to be broken and they have to be discarded. Number 3, the shelf life of the mask. N95 mask without a valve has a shelf life of 4 to 6 hours. With a valve, the shelf life increases from 8 to 12 hours. So your mask should change. How many of us do change the mask? If your masks are not changed, then they have to be UV light sterilized or clean oxide sterilized.
Yeah.
You just cannot use the same mask again and again. You are adding to the trouble.
And are there any good breathing exercises while the COVID is there, because people
Yes. They can switch off on the Astha channel and watch Baba Ramdev or any other yoga teacher. You yourself do yoga, right? You do anulom vilom like this. I do every time in the morning. I have a stationary cycle in the house, which I do cycling every day in the morning just to keep myself fit. Now, some stretches, basic exercise, every one of us can do in the house, sir. For that, you don't need any specialized gym or any equipment.
Now you can even run in place, right? So I've got a question about shields. Okay, we talk about masks all the time, and I know shields are used in some places. What are your thoughts on the shields?
See, my thoughts on the shields are, number 1, the shields have only to be used by those people who are coming in direct contact with the virus. wearing a shield where you are not coming into direct contact with the virus. Suppose I wear a shield and I'm out in the society, I'm doing injustice to the equipment which I'm using. Secondly, where are the shields made? Are these shields sterile shields, or they've been just been used hand use and whatever way you are using it? This adds to the greater trouble. My point to all the viewers is use minimum equipment and necessary equipment. If you need it, you use it. If you don't need it, please don't use it. For the sake of having false security, you are adding to trouble to yourself. Because more amount of devices you wear on your body, more are the chances when you are removing them, you'll contaminate them. Your hands with them.
Exactly. And wash your hands. There you go. We go back to the number one thing: wash your hands. It always comes back to the hands, right?
Because that is the most simple and the most effective way we keep the virus out of our doors.
Right. It's so basic, people. We don't. There are some extreme things but those extreme things, leave them to the doctors. Don't self-medicate. If you feel like you're sick, call your doctor. Stay at home. Use the phone. We've got this little motto here: stay at home. Use the phone. Call your doctor and let your doctor treat you. Don't self-treat. So,
I think I have a question on behalf of Max, that chess players do a lot of moves and they have to touch those chess equipment while playing it. And then they, I think, do a lot of timers button in between. And I think if we continue follow this practice, how a chess player should take right precautions while playing a chess game. Dr. Rahul?
Sure. It's
yes,
true.
I didn't get your question in the first place.
Oh, it's for Max.
Max?
It's for Max.
Max will be a better person to answer as a sports guy.
Yes. So with the chess, obviously, when you're playing, face to face, it means that when you're touching the pieces and capturing the pieces, then it's very easy for the germs to spread. And I think this is why there aren't any face-to-face tournaments taking place at the moment. I remember some players actually, before the tournament were cancelled, doing this sort of elbow shake, because normally in chess you shake hands, but of course it spreads the virus. So they sort of do other things like namaste to sort of greet each other. But now all the chess is being done online, so it's sort of with the sporting events. If it's other more physical sports, then you can't really take it online. But with chess, it doesn't really harm the experience so much. So in that sense, the chess players are very lucky to still able to practice their discipline even during this crisis.
Yes, Dr. Rahul.
Yeah, I had a question to my friend in sports. Why not use a digital screen and stay at a distance of 4 meters away from each other and use a huge digital screen in your competition and electronic media to save yourselves, rather than your elbow shake, also do namaste from distance.
Yeah, he said that they moved to namaste.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So that's, the sporting world's going to change forever, right? Where contact sports are going to change, chess, anything face to face for a while until we figure this out, right? And then I think we'll be better prepared for any other viruses that attack us in the future, because we'll know, oh, let's just lock down for a while, wait it out until we get it under control. But we've definitely seen, sports have come to a stop. Big mass events have come to a stop. Everything that all the concerts have been canceled through the summer. But this is good, healthy for the earth. Everything that came to a stop has been healthy for the earth. It's healed the earth in great ways. You can't argue that. We could take the money we're spending on cleaning the earth, and we can put it back towards us, right? And our health. And I say, let's get more soap out to people. Get soap out to the homeless. Get the jails out there, and get more soap out in the public. We saw a really cool machine that sanitizes humans as they walk through it. It's like a car wash for humans. That was on yesterday, right, Ed Kit?
Yeah.
So,
I think we have to follow a lot of practices, to avoid this thing. And best practices should continue to follow for a long period of time. Then only we can be, safe we can say we are safe zone, because today is corona, tomorrow may be something else. So if we follow the best practices, we have our immunity and everything in hand, and we know how to protect ourselves and our beautiful world during this pandemic.
And
I'll give you some statistics of India.
Yeah.
Okay. The world population is 7794 millions.
billion.
And out of that, the India population is 1680 million. The totally corona affected countries population is 860 millions.
Okay.
So the percentage what India is having with the India is having the 168% of the population which is affected other than India. And the
Right.
total number of cases in India is only 1.06% of the total
Right.
cases in India. So now you
Right.
can see our Prime Minister Mr. Modi has taken the effective step earlier by which at least we are able to control, not 100%, but we are able to control the disease. This data I have just received it from my friend Mr. Rajesh Jain from Calcutta. He has just sent me the table where he has just shown the thing, the world statistics of Corona versus India. Now, Dr. Rahul, we are very much thankful for you to be with us and just enlighten all the things on this COVID-19 and your expertise in lungs disease, as a sleep apnea disease and all the disease. And we hope
Thank you, sir.
whenever we require, whenever
Right,
IBM
sir.
require you, we love to have with you for further discussion.
Sure.
Thank you so
Pleasure
much.
to seeing you forward, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I have your leave?
For the very informative session.
Anything, Kim, you want to say? Anything, Kim, you want to say?
About the percentages, because it kept fading in and out.
Okay, right.
So are you asking about the percentages based on the fact that, you know, the world is...
Anything you want to ask to Dr. Rahul, because he's just leaving.
Oh, no. So, yes. What can you told us to wash our hands, stay at home, but what else can we do to help your profession in any way to get the resources, any other resources that we need as a world, to work together as a world? What can we do to help you get your job done? How can we help you?
Basically, you can help us to get our job done by telling people to stay indoors, educating them at regular intervals. This will take a great burden off us, ma'am, and everybody around the world. We have shown a model to the world by staying indoors, being the highest populated country, having the scarce medical resources. We don't even rank in the first 3 countries of the world when the medical resources come to, but yet we have picked up lessons from all of you, and we have tried to save our population as much as we can, and we could by social distancing. If you could pick this up from us and you promote it, I'm sure you'll do a great job for all of us.
Wow. And that's exactly what we need to do. I think the data speaks for itself. If Rakesh was here, he would support, you know, the data speaks for itself. You have flatlined the situation in your countries, the countries who are living healthier than the U.S. We notice the U.S. is leading in the death rates and the infection rates, but it's the countries who've taken the extreme measures to stay home, to wear masks, and to respect each other as much as possible. Wash your hands. And I think, thank you. We'll push for it. We'll keep promoting. Stay at home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me on the show.
Come again.
Thank you.
Please come visit again. We love you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Wow. I just feel so empowered today. Like, I just feel like I got a healthy dose of medicine to, you know, because it supports everything that we've been doing, right? And it supports everything that we've been trying to tell people, just stay at home and wait this out. And the data shows for itself, right? Raj, what do you think?
Just want to share one thing came with you. Do you know that the patient is in coma and deliver the child?
No.
Lady in coma and deliver the child. So I'm requesting Dr. Hinduja to come again in 1-2 days time to elaborate this particular session. How it is possible? Normally, if a pregnant woman is in coma, they can't deliver it. But this is the, you can say, historical case where the patient is in coma and deliver the child.
Wow. So was it a C-section or was it a real delivery?
C-section only.
Okay.
It is C-section.
So
C-section.
there are so many miracles in science that happen, and I would love to talk to this doctor and hear the story and hear how the patient is doing, because right now we need to protect anything that's being born and life in general. And so what a lovely story that will be.
This has happened only last week. This has happened only last week.
Okay. All right. A lot of interesting things I think are coming out of this, because we're being challenged in so many different ways. And I feel for the doctors because they're having to work COVID crisis and pandemic and keep that enclosed, but also continue giving life and helping people with other problems. And that's got to be a challenge, right? Because Dr. Raul, he's not just a doctor for COVID. You know, lungs may be his specialty, but he's a doctor for various other diseases that affect the lungs. And so this is going to be a very challenging time.
So they are doing miracle. They are doing miracle in India. Really, we should salute all the doctors and all the various, those who are working for day and night for this thing, for this cause, without any motto, where everybody has not met their family for a couple of days because they have been kept in the different hotel, different place. Because of that they can contribute much time for this particular disease.
Right. And one of the things, again, that I can't emphasize enough is that the data speaks for itself. If we look at the data and the charts and the timelines, we can look at everything that other countries have done, even like Vietnam, and we can say they've had a great success rate. India, you know, highly populated, heavily saturated place. This could have caught on like wildfire and just killed half of your country. And instead, you know, your extreme measures made a difference. And we need to take a look at that data and understand it so that we can do that in other places.
Definitely we can do the thing. You remember, Kim, I came on 13 on IBM and I told that in another 10 days time, the number of cases in India will be doubled. On that time it was 10,300 and today it is 20,000, some 21,000 something is there.
Wow.
But if you just see the total patient, positive patient in world, it is coming in 21, 22 lakhs.
Yeah. Well, this is what I tell people. Our test results are 10 to 14 days behind.
Test result. And we don't know what will happen. Now, recently we have read the news also that they are testing the oil, they are testing the molecules on a patient, not on a patient, on a man, that whether it will come okay or not. That you must have also read it. I don't know how far it will be able to do the thing, but definitely everybody is trying their best to get the particular medicine for this disease.
No, and I think that we need to take a look at that. We also, you know, he mentioned something that I found very interested is the CAT scanning. That's another way that you can determine whether you have this disease. And I would like to know if there's a simple way to automate more CAT scans as well to get more people into the CAT scans. I know it's very expensive equipment, but I have heard this more than once that X-rays can't see the COVID, but CAT scans can. We wait 10 days for tests, but a CAT scan gives you an immediate result, just like an X-ray. So I have to wonder if there's something we can do in that realm.
CAT scan you mean to CT scan, right?
Yes.
Or you scan the PET scan. There is a two scan. One is the CT scan, one is the PET scan.
No, CAT scan means CT scan.
CT scan, right?
CT scan.
Definitely. I had the detailed discussion in the day with Dr. Rahul about this particular thing, how to diagnose the thing. And what he told that is 66% from the nose and 92% from the saliva. If it is coming, then it is okay. But in the CT scan, you will come to know the 100%, 98, 99%, whether the is positive or not. Now, only thing is that the social distancing is the main, you can say, remedy to avoid this type of disease. In India, everybody is telling you wash your hand for 20 seconds, but doctor has told it, Dr. Rahul has told it, you wash it for 30 seconds. And he has a reason behind that. If you wash it for 30 seconds with a simple soap also, you don't need to sanitize your hand also. It is just like that. Because the sanitizer is out of stock in the market. You don't get on any grocery shop, you don't get on the medical shop. All the sanitizer and the mask has gone just like anything. It's just like that. So this is the best remedy. It is available for the COVID patient, for the everybody to avoid the COVID.
But I think people don't have access of mask and sanitizer. They can use Dettol in water and maybe with soap, and they can use and wash their hands. And also, if they don't have mask, they can build their own cloth mask or maybe a cotton-based mask for themselves. I mean, there is no point of, creating a scarcity that we don't have mask or things like that. But we have solutions to work it out because every mask will have a shelf life. As doctor said that in fact N95 will have a shelf life of 12 hours. That's what Dr. Rahul mentioned. So we need to have multiple masks going around, or maybe if we use UV lights so that we can protect our mask and things like that.
And secondly, just for Kim, right? Just for Kim.
My son made these. Right, he hand sewed them because he didn't have a machine.
I'll just share you. Dr. Rahul told about the Baba Ramdev Yoga Sun. That the yoga teacher is there in India. That is called Baba Ramdev, and he's coming on the TV daily. Indian time morning 8 o'clock and 4 o'clock on India TV, where the 1 hour session is there by which how to improve your immunity, how to improve your respiratory problem, and what other problem and how to get rid of from this corona. So that yoga sun which is taughting is very good, because when he mentioned it, you may not be aware from where it is coming and what is coming.
Yeah, and I agree. But you know what? Let's talk about this. Maybe we can have a 30-minute session or a 1 hour session once a week. But we don't just talk about it. We show it. We show the foods to eat. We show good examples of recipes, because a lot of people, you can tell them to eat kiwi or to eat whatever, but they're not going to eat it unless they know how to cook it or how to prepare it. So maybe we could say, for the best 5 meals this week, try these meals, and we have somebody who shows you how to cook them. And then while you're doing, if you've got 5 extra minutes a day, do some stretches and breathing, right? If you're sitting there and you're twiddling your thumbs, instead of Googling, breathe, right? And take 5 minutes to breathe and meditate and stretch. Or the one doctor said, run in.
We will have a separate session with some yoga teacher. Just now, Dr. Amandeep Sangha has joined us.
That's right.
Welcome, doctor. So you can have the question with me.
Yeah, she could definitely teach us some good habits. And she's such a spiritual person. And wow, it's just, it's always a blessing to have you join us. Thank you so much.
We'll bring some spiritual person also. Those who will just tell us about the remedy with the spiritual. It's just like that.
All of these habits and eating healthier and everything also make you younger, right? You build your immune system. And we talked about this too with stem cells, where they're saying, they can put stem cells in you, and the stem cells will make you younger. It heals the inside of your body and makes you younger. If you feel younger, you come across younger, you can do younger things. But how do you feel about all of this, Dr. Amadi?
Yeah. So first of all, how is it like? How are you guys coping up? Especially in America, how are you coping up psychologically more than anything?
So it's not COVID that's going to kill us, it's politics. And if you want to conquer us, it's called divide and conquer. and this COVID has done a really good job. So I think it's a political issue. We're not about, we're not about surviving this. It's not about the people. They would rather sacrifice human lives. It comes across every day. We'd rather sacrifice human lives and put people back to work than have our economy die.
When are you opening up? When is America opening up now?
I don't think we ever closed.
Yeah, kind of, but officially, when are you opening up?
I don't think we ever, there are some places that closed and some places that didn't. We have protesters, but when are we going back to where we're opening up jobs?
Yeah, I think the first thing in the morning, I think most of the Indians look at the news from America more than the news from India.
It's more
we know that in Florida, WWF is essential. WWF is essential in Florida.
No, it's the drama. Okay. It's all about the drama. We are entertaining. We are entertaining the world, right? How many people are going to die? This is called bleed, right? This is where Paul Franklin had told us from CBS. He was the president of CBS. Kim, if you don't bleed, you don't lead. So here you go. You have it. The first thing people want to watch is what's America doing? Maybe we should do a show on that, Ankit.
Do you guys have a spaceship to take you to a planet which you guys have not disclosed has life, and only Americans are going to go stay there in that planet? Any plans like that?
Let me wait and see what my president's Twitter is, okay? So this is what I tell people right now. We are struggling amongst ourselves. If we want to conquer a virus, right? It's called divide. That means social distancing. That's how we conquer the virus. But if you want to conquer the U.S., you divide us by politicians, and we're struggling. We don't seem to have the resources we need. As you can tell, our death rate is extremely high. So is our infection rates. And I tell people our infection rates are 10 days behind. So it's probably like Raj had mentioned and predicted, next week is going to be 20,000. I predict we're going to be double next week. We're not going to see a flat line for a very long time because we don't have peace. We need somebody like you to teach us peace. If you know self-respect, you respect others, right? And right now, and maybe you can shed some light on this. I am aware that when there's a tragedy that happens, there are 5 stages to grieving, and you have to go through these 5 stages, right? It's just nature. Even animals do it. They go through a grieving process. So the earth has been hit, and we're all kind of being punished and sent to our rooms. So it's kind of a grief time. What is your thoughts on this? How do we address
Yeah, definitely. So I think a lot has to do with the culture. I don't know. Indians believe in karma. We believe a lot in karma. I don't know how much the Americans believe in karma. Like people think that the zoos should be open. Like we are in the zoos right now. People are thinking they should go vegetarian, and there are like people like those who could never have thought of a vegetarian diet. India is thinking in the karma cycle, more of a karma cycle. That yes, maybe we are the viruses, and this virus that has come, COVID, is the vaccine. It is just to save the planet Earth. And yeah, that's it. And what we are seeing in India is we are seeing the human nature, the humane nature of our society. The part of India that I belong to, Punjab, we are blessed to be prosperous in the way that we have a lot of produce. The only thing you need right now is food to eat, and we will not fall short of food. And people are out there to, the gurdwaras and the langars, how it goes, right? So everybody makes sure that nobody should go hungry. I think the people who are in need in this part of the country, maybe a lot of them have excess because people are actually looking out for people whom they can give the rations and donate money to. So people come out in the cars and they just look for, are there any poor people around? Is there anybody hungry around? Is there anybody who needs to be fed? And believe me, whatever door you knock today, if a poor person is coming to your house, we have a lot of poverty, right? People go without food. But in this part of the country, if somebody knocks a door and says he wants food, he either gets cooked food or gets semi-cooked food. So in a way that is keeping us alive. We keep looking at those people, we are much better off. We have a house to live, we have food to eat. We have some savings that will pull us through for another few months, even if we don't go to work. So, yes, that is one part. So, in the grief part now, every day the reality changes. Initial days, we were just looking at what is happening in Italy, what is happening in Spain, then what is happening in America. Then we started looking at our numbers, what is happening in our country. Now everybody has settled to that fact that yes, let us see. We will go through the same that the whole world is going through. Probably if our immunity is strong, and probably if our people are patient enough and intelligent enough to obey the social distancing and just to give up their greed, the greed for a short term. I believe two things are going to take down a country: greed and stupidity. And every country has that in enough numbers. So it depends what percentage of greedy people you have and what percentage of stupid people you have. We have a lot of stupid people. We have a lot of stupid people, and yeah. So we are doing our part. We believe we are doing our part, and we are keeping our fingers crossed that the number of stupid and the number of greedy are the ones who are going to decide the fate of the country or the fate of the situation in every part.
So is it in
We've
your
come, we've come to terms, we've come to terms with this. We are at that part that we have come to terms, and we know we have to open up, and we have to limit being in whatever profession you are. We have to know media people are becoming infected in high numbers in India. Doctors, of course, are becoming infected in high numbers. So we are thinking we'll start working with a lot of precautions. Our patients have to be educated. Thankfully, at this time, we have good amount of data, and everybody has internet, and we can already send the information to people. So we are thinking that good at this point of time, everybody has a smartphone, which is a blessing. If we have data, which is a blessing. Information can travel, which is a blessing. We are counting on the blessings now. Yeah, everything seems to be a blessing. The most important person is that vegetable vendor that comes to your house. The most important, the music is that sound of the gas cylinder. That is music to our ears. Yes, we are receiving our gas cylinders. We are going to cook. So realities have changed. We are adjusting to this new reality.
Wow, that is, and I agree with you. I think we need to start counting our blessings, right? Simplicity in life. We don't need all of the luxury things and everything. Take a look at what you have, and I agree with you. When you do something for other people, just simply as giving them an extra, putting an extra plate at your table for a hungry person, that feels good. And feeling good is about building your own immunity, because when you feel good, your mood is good. You're mentally you're happier. But I always found, even when I'm at my lowest, if I'm doing for somebody else, I forget about my problems, right? And I realized how thankful I am to have the ability to feed somebody else. And I think that we left that in our country. We became very self-entitled, and it's all about the instant gratification, but real gratification comes from time and patience. What are your thoughts on that? Just enjoying the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen a lot of struggles for Indians. Every day is a struggle. Most of the Indians every day is a struggle to drive on a smooth road. We are used to hardships. We don't expect our governments to do much. That's a beautiful thing, that we don't expect our governments to do much, and thankfully our governments are doing a lot this time. So we know we have to take care of ourselves. Our care is, we have not sublet our care to the government. We don't feel that that person is responsible for saving us. Nobody is. We are wired to think that there is no magical pill. We are wired to think that nobody has ever given us instant gratification. So maybe we are coping up a little better because we know that yes, this is the struggle, and we have been through the struggle all our life, and that is kind of helping us. We don't look up to somebody that yeah, we are expecting somebody to do a miracle for us, which is going to save us. No.
So,
we know we have to defend ourselves.
And that's interesting culture to me, because you guys are just staying calm. You're staying at home, weathering the storm. The storm is outside. It's rattling the houses. It's probably driving everybody crazy. All the moms are probably going, if I have to hear my kids one more time, because we're not used to kids being home, right? So why do you think your culture, you said that you're used to weathering these storms, you don't expect much from your government. Why do you think that is? Why is it so different there? Is it from your foundation of education and family learning, your culture?
That is how we don't have social security.
Wow.
One thing, we don't have social security. Our government does not provide us with social security. The free education is a very primary education. The government schools are actually for the poor who cannot afford. So we are used to spending on everything for ourselves, right from our education to higher education to health to our housing. We have always gathered up for the storm. We save a lot. Indians save a lot. Like we don't splurge till the time we know we have sufficient to pull us through for a year or so. So
Wow,
yeah,
that's
when we see that yeah, people are going for vacations. You guys are buying your boats and going for vacations, going for a world trip around this world in your yachts. We everybody envies you, know. You guys are secure. You have a security. You don't have to bother about your food. But it's not so for us. So that
it's
is
not.
yeah.
We live beyond our means. Okay. So what they have taught us very wrong in this country. And it's been a very hard battle to re-educate people. When I was growing up, I was taught to save, and we were rewarded by saving. The banks would give us a little bit of interest. Very good. Today, you are rewarded by spending. And then they give us these really false loans, like, don't pay any principal for 3 years, but then after that they attack you. So you can buy this grand mansion. I call them McDonald mansions, right? Because they're just manufactured mansions, and they were selling them to people who really couldn't afford them, but they could on this special loan. But 3 years later, they wanted their principal, and then most of these people couldn't pay it. So they lost their homes. So you have highly paid people, highly paid professionals that were losing their homes because they bit off more than they could chew. But that's what happened. We were living beyond our means. The other one that I don't like is the student loan program. So we most of the children graduating from college are graduating with $250,000 debt. And the loans are divided up by semester. So one semester it might be 7% on that loan. The next semester is going to be 4%, and the next. So you can't even balance how you're going to pay it back. It's not combined into one loan package. You pay it off, and based on the interest rates. And I'll go, well, can I pay off the 7% part? Oh, no. You got to pay it off a little at a time. So the 7% part might. So, but even the students don't understand it. A lot of working parents don't understand it, and they get screwed really bad. But we allow our children now to get a professional degree, to go into a working profession, but they're enslaved. So we're not enjoying the yachts and the boats like you think you say that we are. A lot of people go out and buy them and live beyond their means, but then they struggle and they lose their houses. They are so in debt they have to take second loans, third loan. They are now enslaved to their jobs, so they have to work. But this is what America did. This is what the top 1% did. They made you obligated, and they enslaved the people. So you want a degree? Fine, but you're going to be enslaved to work for the rest of your life to pay that off. Because how many people do you know can graduate from school with a $250 loan on their back, $250,000 loan on their back? Okay. They have a $250,000 loan on the back. Can you go out and earn that kind of money that first year? No. And most of the jobs weren't available. So we live beyond our means. And I think COVID is going to teach us to get back to the basics, right? But it was an interesting view on your part that we have all these luxuries. I would rather have your lifestyle, saved, prepared for the storm, and then when a storm hits, I'm calm. I'm not worried about paying my bills. I'm not. But the other one thing I'm worried about is paying my health insurance. Our health insurance jumped from $200 a month to $2,000 a month. And it doesn't cover all of our doctor bills. When we go to the doctor, we still have to pay $200 to visit the doctor. So I'm more worried right now about my health insurance. So if I want to avoid spending money on medical care, I got to get healthy. If I want to get healthy, I need to learn from you how to mentally become better, right? What are some things you would teach your students? What are some of the things you would teach your students?
Teach our students?
Yeah, or just teach a new student. Say I line up some students from the U.S. What would be some of the first things that you would teach us about life to prepare us for things like this?
I think more to do with we actually look very high upon Americans. We look high upon Americans. We think you guys are very sorted. I think you guys are smart. The smart people, the smartest things have always come from America.
I think we're creative, and we're very good.
Creative. You guys are You guys are very focused. And that focus comes from because you don't have to worry about a lot of things. You can just stick to your super specialization. You just keep doing one thing and you can earn your livelihood. And that is when you create a great thing. We have to take care of a lot of things. We have to take care of our education loan. We have to take care of our expenses. We need to earn very well to have a good lifestyle. Earning a little does not provide you with a comfortable lifestyle. So actually, this part will teach us. COVID will teach us a lot of things. Let's see how things go. We still believe that some countries are going to come up with great cure, and we are going to change our mind about what's been happening all over the world. We are not very sure how the situation in India looks good today, but we are keeping our fingers crossed. We don't believe that we are going to stay this fine once the lockdown opens up, and the way we are testing, the low numbers that we are testing, we think that maybe we are underreporting. Let's see how things turn out to be.
I think it's very difficult to report until we have stayed locked down for quite some time and we're able to contain certain areas because there wasn't enough tests. There haven't been enough testing. And I think that we just need to wait it out. And it's funny because you were asking, about reentry, right? Getting back to society. And everybody has this idea that we're going to go back to work like normal. And I think if we look at the statistics and data from places like Hong Kong, who really didn't officially shut down, and their numbers are pretty solid, is, 4 deaths since January, 4 deaths. The infection rates, they're, like everyone, that's kind of questionable. But what they did was extreme measures of discipline, like we talk about on this show, right? Extreme measures of wearing a mask, social distancing. They only have 2 people at a table at a restaurant, but they didn't close the restaurants. Life kind of continued, but at a different pace, which is, I think, we came to a screeching halt. It was an extreme. I think we should have heeded some of the warnings early on and we could have slowed down a pace a little bit, right? And we could have prevented a massive infection rate and massive death. But then we have somebody like Max, who he's in Vietnam, and they don't feel the impact of the COVID and everything. They had good practices and good disciplines from early on. Hi, Max. Do you have
the way information would flow, the way your authorities inform you about the situation, and the way they set the guidelines is very important. Yeah, that is what is going to save everybody, and the number of people who actually get serious about those guidelines.
I think we need to get very serious about the guidelines and policies, but not just policies, they have to be enforced. And this is what I tell people. You can make all the laws in the world, but until you have an enforcement for them in place, those laws aren't going to make a darn. I mean, we got laws that say, you know, you can't do this and can't do that, but there's no enforcement behind them. So they don't make any sense. Like, you know, it doesn't make any sense. So
the love for civil liberties. You guys are paying for a love of civil liberties. And in India, it is more of a law and order situation here. I think it's a law and order situation that is containing whatever we are doing till now.
I agree with you. I think we need to contain it, respect each other, learn to build immunity, which maybe you can help us do. Hoping that you start a show and teach us calmness, respect, and how to build our immunities. Rest. I keep hearing the word sleep and rest. And all the doctors that have come on our show this whole week, it's been really interesting to me that they all keep talking about the amount of sleep that we get. And we need to sleep more, get more rest. But all of that comes with internal peace. Don't you agree? I can't sleep well if I'm not internally happy, or unless I'm physically exhausted. But we have to have self-respect, and then we can respect others, right? So what else can we do? What's some of your advice to our people for calming down? Relaxing, don't panic. They didn't save their money. They weren't good stewards, but what can we do? We can think about tomorrow.
I think relaxing, it is more to do with how well informed you are.
Exactly.
You should not be panicking, one thing. You should be protecting yourself enough. You should be clear about the guidelines. If you know these are the things that are going to save me if I'm going out, and I have the right kind of information. So when I come back home, I know that I have not gathered the infection from somewhere. I think that's a big point. How you can stay calm is because you are informed. You know what is the right kind of precaution to take. You know what to do. You know the social distance. You know the wearing of masks. You know what to touch, what not to touch. You should know what is the stay time of the virus on a particular surface, be it metal, wood, cloth, paper. If you are well informed, I think that would take a long way in keeping yourself calm. That is medically what I can say, keeping yourself calm. Yeah, that is the reason.
No, and I agree with you. Staying
and then you have to say that the whole world is in it together. Let's see. Let's hope for the best.
Well, that's the thing. I think first we need to start in our communities, right? We need to start because we're staying home anyway. So we need to protect our communities. But I think the whole world needs to be joined together in this fight. We all need to take those same policies and same procedures and, stay at home, use your phone if you think you're sick. Today we heard some very powerful advice. Don't treat yourself. Please, people, don't treat yourself. Call the doctor. Tell the doctor your symptoms and get the right medical help. But, if you're worried and sitting and worried about it, you're going to make yourself worse. We're learning other things are happening. I've been receiving notices from friends who are in the medical field that, COVID seems to be affecting people differently. So we don't know every symptom to a T, right? We know that there are some, but we also know that you are contagious for weeks before you even get a symptoms. So, just stay home, be calm, find things to do at home. right? Meditate, get back healthy, find blessings in your life. Be thankful if you have food, and if you don't, call us. Contact Ankit or I or Nick here at IBM TV. We got a whole team of people. No matter what country you're in, we know somebody who knows somebody. I think Ankit knows everybody in the world, and we'll help you. We've actually had people contact us and ask us for help, and we've been able to get them in contact with other people. So don't feel like you're alone. There's no reason. And reach out to us for mental help. If you're sad, I'm sure we've got people who would be more than happy to help talk to you about how to become happy again. Because there's so many blessings. If you're still breathing and you can still smell and taste, this is what I told somebody today. I'm still breathing. I can still smell and taste. I have a blessing, right? and that's what we have to look at. We have to take our blessings first. And I think we're not doing that. Dr. Tula, welcome.
Hi, Kim. How are you doing? All well?
Oh, well. What good news do you bring for us today?
So the good thing is that, see, we are in a dilemma at the moment between two subset of people. There are people who are living with their families. Generally, people living with their families are doing better. I'm talking about from the mental frame, because ultimately I'm locked inside the house for hours and hours and days together. So I generally believe that the people mentally their health is much better who are living in together in a family setup. The big challenge is going to be for people who are living independently, because then you are living virtually in solitude, and despite all the uh, I mean networking facility which you have, still you don't have someone objectively to fall back on. Generally, people in families will handle this situation better than people living alone. And I think uh, even the elderly who are living in a family setup, you will always have a much better chance of passing this crisis easily as compared to people who are staying alone. So what we need to do basically is that, especially for people who are staying alone, we need them to have one go day by day on as per each day. So they should have some kind of a schedule made for them so that it keeps them busy. So that means some amount of hours should be dedicated for work, some amount of hours should be dedicated for their hobbies or any leisurely activity. They have to keep themselves as busy as possible, maybe even more busy than their normal times. If they are able to do that, mentally they will be at peace. They will not panic. So it is very important that we make people understand that they need to be busy around themselves. This is a golden opportunity to introspect, to look at, fall back, do all the activities which you wanted to do and you were not able to do, without stepping out of your house. The only take home message is stay safe, stay indoors. The more you stay indoors, the less is the chance of you getting infected. And even if you are infected, the less is the chance of you passing on to others. That is more important at the moment.
No, and I could not agree with you more. But there's something to be said about the mental state of minds. We've seen some people go crazy here in the U.S. already. Amity, I don't know if you read the news about people shooting people, and we have a high rate of domestic violence, very, very high rate, 12 million victims a year. And they don't really elaborate or report on this, but it is 12 million female victims a year, 24 million children a year in domestic violence. So one part about bringing education back home kind of scared me for the children, because their only relief from the domestic violence sometimes was the 5 to 6 hours they had at school. But you couldn't have brought home something. You brought up something, Dr. Tula, is that we need to find a way to preoccupy our time. Chess is a great way. Come on, Max, get us some chess things going on that we can help. Elderly can play chess. Women can play chess. Children can. It's free. It's not a game that you have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars for uniforms and training, right, Max?
Yeah, that's right. And you can also play it online against pretty much anyone, anywhere in the world. Chess.com is actually the leading chess server. Actually, it's based in America. It's my favorite one, and it's just a great community as well as a great place to play chess.
And it is a great community, and maybe a great way for people who don't have anything to do right now is to also, just because you make friends through all these chess people. I've never played chess except for as a child, but all of these chess people reach out to me now. Hey, I want to play chess. I can't play chess. And ask Sasha. Oh my gosh, he'll go, make a move, Kim, make a move. I'll time out, but it's because my mind goes different ways when I'm playing chess. But chess teaches you to be focused. You can meet some interesting, fun people, learn some good habits. But, Dr. Tula, you bring up a point. There are lonely people out there. And I have brought this up as well, psychiatric wise. We need to help people establish a better mentality. And there's my buddy Ankit. And Dr. Muhammad, welcome. But Dr. Tula, what can we do? Because you bring up some good things about the elderly people. Our elderly people are usually sent to a care home facility, and they're all getting infected. I don't know how so many elderly home facilities became so infected, but all of our elderly homes are infected with this disease, and the people are dying fast. It's spreading in each of the homes. It's so sad.
The biggest reason is, unfortunately, the politicians not reading the writing on the wall, right? I mean, though I do believe, as I have always maintained, that the medical education, the global medical education, firms have also failed us in the sense that WHO, they woke up very late. They should have pulled the trigger much earlier. They should have red flag at a very earlier stage. They kept on dilly-dallying. Maybe, the economics got the better of them, whatever be the reason. So what happened over a period of time is maximum countries got it wrong, because they, unfortunately, one, did not see the writing on the wall, or they were not very aware of what was coming. So apparently, whatever has happened has happened. Now is the opportunity to correct it at least. So I presume now maximum countries are getting some sense knocked into their politicians, and I'm sure this is going to become better over a period of time, because so we've seen in US also, there are sporadic protests which are happening, but the governors are being hell bent on not, relenting on uh, releasing this curfew or a limited amount of lockdown, whatever they're having. So it's very important that we need to understand that the geriatric population, that means the population of the age group of 60, is the most vulnerable. They are the people. The younger generation also has to respect them, because they are the people who have built these nations over a period of time. They deserve dignity, and we should be very, the younger generation also has, I would say, a kind of, gratitude towards them. So they should respect them and be careful that they do not end up being the super spreaders and spread this into these subset of people. We need to understand that the geriatrics are not the people who have gone over the hill. They deserve dignity of life, and we should be very, very careful in preserving that.
Well said, Dr. Tula. I believe that we have to show gratitude and we have to show respect to each and every individual, and or maybe human being, or maybe in fact animals as well. That is what we were not doing in the past, and now you can see what's happening around. And as far as the current situation is concerned, yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Tula.
Please go ahead.
So,
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
as far as the current situation is concerned, I mean, we are not respecting our doctors the way we have to. I'm not talking about India specifically, but around the world. I mean, I have seen a lot of, news and videos and articles that people are not, reflecting the way they should reflect towards doctors. Initially, we were talking about doctors are God and all those things, and then you have interrupted me that, treat us like citizens and respect us, and then it all happened the reverse side, and now people have started maybe doing different activities or maybe abusing or
So
things like that.
Ankit, I'll tell you what is happening way back. The kind of media reports which you are seeing, they
Yeah.
have an angle to it. We need to understand one thing. Please understand who are these doctors who are being assaulted the maximum. There are doctors from government organizations.
Yeah.
Now we need to understand that I'm sure you have visited our government setups. I mean, maybe you've not gone in the near future, but you must have visited them sometime or the other.
Yeah.
Now we need to understand they're always overflowing with patients. And the kind of patient care which is expected in a government setup is not going to match anyway what is going to be in a private setup, because the sheer numbers of volumes of people and the kind of infrastructure which is there in a government sector is entirely different. So sometimes what happens is that in the heat of the moment, the patient and their attendants who are coming, I'm not trying to justify them. What I am trying to tell you is that they come with a huge number of attendants along with them. And in their overzealousness to basically get the patient admitted or to, try to pressurize the doctors. So the doctors also need to understand that, though I know they are hard pressed at this moment, but apparently we have to have a little bit of a more of a human face in this scenario. I do acknowledge that hitting doctors or shouting or abusing them is not the nicest of way, which the people also should realize. But the doctors also have to be a little more patient and little more, careful in their daily dealings with the people. Unfortunately, what is happening in the government sectors is that they do not have too much protection, and I mean the doctors and the paramedical staff is also being left to fend on their own. So what is happening is that there is a lot of negativity channeling inside all of the people around. So what happens is when there is a kind of clash happening between the doctors and the patients, which should not happen. So apparently we need to introspect both as the doctor's level also as the patient level also. We need to respect both viewpoints and each other. If we are able to do that, I think it will be better off. If we're not able to do that, then we'll keep on going on this spree only.
But my question was not concerned only about India, because I've seen news from US and other countries as well that US is firing a lot of doctors. I don't know why. And same happening with Italy, because they don't have the required gears, and doctors are not, not doctors, maybe medical staff. They are very concerned about their health, and you know what happened in Italy and Spain. A lot of doctors have been contaminated, and so they don't have the gears as well. So that means we are not respecting them, or maybe we don't have the enough resources to fulfill at that point of time, because they are the front,
Ankit,
front runners at this point of time.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So that has been the challenge, because please understand that normally, let us presume that I am in a corporate office. Normally, what happens is we have around 10% of PPE at all time during the year, right? Now this pandemic came, and it came out of the blue. No one was prepared for it. And unfortunately, when you are not prepared and suddenly you are attacked, it's a kind of guerrilla warfare which happens. And the scale at which is happened, unfortunately, we will always have a demand and supply mismatch. Because at the moment also what is happening is all countries are ordering these PPEs. Unfortunately, the delivery is not matching their orders. Look at what has happened with us also. So we got these, PPEs from some various other countries like China and all. And a lot of things were substandard, which would not match up to the quality, because that's a hard pressed thing which is going to happen. So we need to understand that maximum people also need to understand that they do not need to crowd up the hospital. So there is a lot of methods which we can do. There are people who do not require hospitalization. We should be segregating them, not getting them to the hospitals. Unfortunately, what is happening is anyone who has simple symptoms also starts rushing, panicking, and rushing to the doctor. What I presume, what the governments all across should do now, I presume some countries are doing it, but they should have a list of entire doctors in an entire district, right? And get them to a certain kind of an application or something, and get that spread to all people so that we can help and reach out to the community. Rather than people coming to us, we should be the ones who should be reaching out to people, and people who are just afraid or they have minimum symptoms, we can calm them down. I think that's the better way to go around it, rather than getting these people to rush into the hospital with basic symptoms also, which may not be related to COVID also.
Well said, sir. So, I mean, I got your point, but I mean, generally there should be some guidelines for doctors and how to protect them and how to deal with them, because today is COVID, maybe tomorrow something else, and then doctors are or medical staff are the front warriors, I mean, runners. And you know what's happening in India? A lot of ambulance people, they don't have the required PPV, still they have to carry the patients, and a lot of vice versa things going around. So do you think our medical legislation should come up with some kind of guidelines for, because these things have to be followed up, because I mean, viruses like this can spread at any point of time.
Unfortunately, we have to accept that. See, what are we trying to do? We are trying to dig a well when we are thirsty.
Yeah.
This is what has happened, right? It's been years and years when we could have managed to do this better, but no government, I'm not blaming this government or the previous or whatever. I mean, healthcare was the last priority on our mind. Look at a country like Canada. Look at the country. Sasha comes from that part of the place. Look at a country like Australia. I'm sure they'll be doing better than us. Because what has happened is there, the people, every health, I mean, they have a health insurance. I mean, that's a very regularized, good kind of a health cover which they have, right?
Yeah.
So they're not, or a New Zealand. They have a very beautiful structured program on that. Now look at USA. Where are they failing? Because unfortunately they have these health insurances, but there are riders in them.
Yeah.
So when you have riders in them, then you have tweaking here and there, because ultimately it's a capitalist country. I'm not saying that I am against capitalism, but what I'm trying to tell you, understand, is that health has to be a social subject. We need to understand that the WHO, all the organizations always said health for all. Now, where is that health for all?
I know.
I mean, despite 50, 60 years of their existence, there is no health for all.
Yeah.
And
right?
you know, Dr. George, you brought up a wonderful point is that we've known about the coronavirus and the strains and the different viruses that actually can get out of control and kill people. And the thing is that we'll address those things when they happen, but as soon as we get them under control, we cast them aside. We don't invest anymore in them. Like Corona has been around and was identified back in 1964. I was reading the article about it. I religiously read National Geographic, and so we've known about these viruses. Every time they raise their head, they're worse. We fix it temporarily, then we don't keep investing in it. Why? Why do we stop investing in finding a real cure? Why do we stop?
The big reason for that, Kim, is that, see, the countries you were talking about is the Southeast Asian countries, like you said Singapore, you said,
right.
I mean, look at these Hong Kong and all these countries. Look what has happened with them. So they had MERS, they had SARS before this, right? So apparently they were more war ready because they had already had catastrophes in their over a period of time. So they were much better ready with this because they knew that something like that can recur anytime. Of course, they were not ready for COVID, but they were ready for something like that, right? And look at what has happened to countries who were living in oblivion. Country like in USA was never, I mean, so since they always believed that this is the other man's problem. Unfortunately, we need to understand with this globalization, there is no other man's problem.
Yeah.
Look at the way we treat Africa at the moment.
This is
we treat them like second-hand citizens of the world.
Sir, do you believe that we are missing the line, and we should treat everyone like a global citizen and not a citizen of a country, and then WHO should take important roles in doing it? Because what happened with WHO
yes,
in
of course.
recent days,
we need to understand.
US have blocked.
Ultimately, we need to understand.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, please do it.
So what is the problem? What we need to understand is that we are all of the human race. The most important thing is that we are all human, right? So apparently, over a period of time, due to political ideologies, all these lines have been drawn across where there are financial implications, economies, politics, religion, everything all around. But ultimately, we all need to understand that we need to survive first. I mean, all of this can wait, right? I'm sure now people have gone wiser over a period of time. Previously, we had a lot of divide going around this, that. this religion, that religion. Over a period of time, now people have started understanding, and I'm sure over a period of time they will further understand that ultimately this is not about any kind of sectarian or something like that. We need to understand that the whole world at this moment is connected, whether we like it or not, primarily due to the financial reason, right? Now, there is no going to be one kind of world leader who is going to dictate. We need to understand that we have to empower ourselves and try to connect with each other, try to understand each other's problems, and try to solve them to the best of our ability. Unfortunately, we are looking at the wrong people. We are looking at the politicians to do it. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, but the politicians don't stand a chance.
I agree with you, and I think Dr. Amadik was relaying that to us, that it's the responsibility of each of us now. We know, but she said something that, we don't really always depend on the politicians to take care of us. And they made some wrong choices for whatever reason their choices were. They all had the same information from who. I don't know if who misinformed them, or because I've seen notices. I thought I was reading the same notices my leaders were reading, but my leaders weren't heeding to the warnings. So I think you're right. I think this is not each individual country's problem, or this is man's problem. This is our problem. I think you're right. I think we need to take control over it. And I'm not talking about an uprising. I think we need to get organized, right? We need to connect and realize that this is each of us.
So Kim, I'll tell you a very interesting thing what has happened in India over a period of time. I'm talking about my country, what has happened is.
Okay.
So in medical science also, we are living in very medieval times. What has happened more is that we were never investing. I'll tell you, all our organization, our basic institute, the good institutes, what you call them, the premier institute, there are 5 or 6 in number. They were basically instituted by our freedom engineers. What I'm talking about them is that people who got us freedom, they were the people who made this institute. I've never seen anything. In the last 50 years, I'm not saying I'm blaming any governments, but ultimately they were never drawn into medical, right? And the amount of research which has been done in these institutes over a period, because the funding has been minuscule in research, so we were never researching. So, and if I look all across the globe also, this is what is happening. Over a period of time, everything is revolved around marketing. Everyone is marketing something.
There you go.
So what has happened is that unfortunately, when times like this, when there is a crisis, now they are starting to dig everything around that we'll get this, we'll get that. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen in a jiffy. It's going to take time.
And no, it's not going to happen.
Of course, research is a drainer. That means you have to put lots of money into research, and despite that, you may not come out with anything.
We spend billions of dollars researching going to the moon and to the Mars. Why can't we take that and put it back in our Earth?
So that's what it is. No, why are we looking at those places? I'm not saying that it's bad to look at that places. Of course, there are people who will not agree to my point of view there. But I am telling you that at least we need to look inwards also. Yeah. So the first thing which we need to look at is our health. And what has happened over a period of time? We're spending money on, all kinds of activities, weapons, you name it, anything and everything. Right? But what is happening on the medical science of it? Look at what has happened in your country also. Your country also, if I look at the hospitals and all, why the bills are so much? Why is the insurance amount so much? Have you ever thought about it?
Yeah, I do.
Because so because these insurance companies who are making profits out of it, right? These bigger hospitals where ultimately everyone is into profit making. So where is the socialist angle to the health in this whole thing?
There's none.
Health, unfortunately, has to be the priority. It's never been. Now we are struggling, and especially in all countries all across the globe are struggling at the moment. I can vouch for it. If this pandemic spreads for around 3 months, 4 months, you will see it tattering all of the country.
No, I think you're right.
It's unfortunate, but that is what the reality at the moment is.
Well, it's all based on, I think we were talking about it earlier, is getting back to our own human respect. And when we start respecting and everything, this will calm down and we can do the research. But research is respecting. If we put research into human health care, then that is respecting. We got to get back to respect. We got to get back to the common basics of the reason why we're on this earth. The good thing out of all of this is the earth has cleaned herself, right? We've all stayed home. What does that say about go to your room for a while and stay for a couple of weeks and let me heal my earth, right? Mother Nature sent us to our room. But I think the reason why we're struggling and suffering is our leaders. They don't know how to deal with this, and I think we got to get back and we got to take control over it. And again, I'm not talking about uprising. I'm talking about organizing and connecting and understanding what you guys are going to be doing. You know, are we ready to re-enter? Let's talk about that before anyone re-enters into the workplace. How are we going to do it? What are the policies? What are the enforcements? How is this? Are the doctors going to be prepared for it if we get reinfected? Do we isolate hot zones, right? So, maybe
what is going to happen? So what is going to happen in the corporate hospitals? At least I am privy to that. Corporate hospital means the private hospitals in India. So generally, every hospital has its task force, and they've mandated a basic team in which what they are now trying to do is that they are telling that all the entry to the hospitals will be through one gate. Number one. Number two, they will be through the emergency, where every person who is entering the hospital will have to have a COVID certification. That means they will have to have a COVID certification. That means that they are COVID negative, and that has to be within 48 hours. That means anyone who is having it above that will not be allowed entry. There will be people who will be in PPE who will first examine the patient in the emergency, and then from there it will go to the various other departments. So apparently we are looking at a different new at the moment. It's not going to happen that you will have hustle bustle in the hospitals. So I would only recommend that people who are in rare requirement for hospitalization should only come to the hospitals. People who can stay away should avoid, because that is the only way it is going to happen. And over a period of time, once this immunity level develops, or we break the chain of this, then slowly, gradually, we can wean in by, stepwise, gradually trying to get people back to their workplaces. But then we have to be very, very careful, because one misstep or one wrong step from us can lead to catastrophe at the moment. It will be disastrous.
And the thing is you bring this up about the COVID-19 certificate, almost like certifying people before they re-enter into the hospital. But I'm wondering, because right now we've got a lot of hotels and motels that are not being used, why we cannot turn them into a COVID-19, ICU center. That way the doctors are all PPE proper, right? There is no question about any of this. We're less likely, if we're sending patients to there with virus indications anyway, then we're prepared to deal with them, and we can isolate a little bit faster. And then the hospitals that treat people for all the other problems in the world are less likely to get infected. The doctors, are going to have their PPE on, hopefully, anyway, during this time, but it's less likely to be contagious because you're sending people with all the virus problems over to a virus center that is going to contain it. And then if people are found to be, and then you can put the CAT scans there, because we learned that CAT scans, the CT scans, is the only quick way to know whether somebody has this or not. So you CAT scan them, you contain them. It's a little more friendlier environment, and then you can educate people while they're there, right? But then you separate them from the hospital, which to me should be for all the other medical problems, a broken leg, a stroke, and things like that. You're less likely to bring COVID into the hospital, is what I'm trying to say.
I have a question for Dr. Tula, that before COVID, you must be seeing hundreds of patients every day. And not about you, maybe a lot of doctors. I mean, you know how the doctor practice in India because of the overcrowded situation. Is there any guidelines change, or is there any way you will change your, way you diagnose or see the patients post-COVID?
So I think the most important thing is technology is going to play a great role now. honestly speaking, we have leapfrogged, or I would say that what would have happened 10 years down the line has now happened thanks to COVID. So apparently the technology will now take a part into it. So what is going to happen is that we will have to separate the wheat from the chaff. That means people who really require some kind of intervention will be the only people who will be referred to hospitals. Rest, it will be more on a consultation type, right? And that is how we take it from there. And if we have to do something like some procedures or something where we require them to get to the clinics or the nursing homes or the hospitals, then they are the only people who will be called, right? I presume that time has made us very vain. Humankind has become vain. So the vanity has to get down. We need to realize that, I mean, ultimately our requirements are few. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
this moment has taught us that we need to understand that we need to first survive, we need to live, and then enjoy the other things of life, right? So it's very important that we should stay, we should stay indoors, we should try and limit our activity to whatever it is. Unfortunately, my personal view is that I don't see this going anywhere. I mean, I'm sure Mohammed will have an idea on that because what the government is doing on this, but I think we are not going anywhere from this. So I presume we'll have to, I mean, just tide this over.
And sir, also, do you think we should carry the same practices because post-COVID also, I mean, you know how what happens in hospitals. I mean, a lot of people just enter the hospital like anything. There are no, I mean, protocols to be followed, maybe testing or things like that. So, do you think we should have some kind of an testing or some kind of a basic diagnosis before someone will enter to the hospital?
Yeah, so Ankit, that is going to happen. The most important thing we need to understand is we need to look up at countries like Japan, Singapore, uh, countries where social distancing is a norm. Please understand, they are people who culturally are very softer, right? They believe that we need to give respect and space to everyone. Unfortunately, in our countries, we are virtually fighting with everyone in a race. Now, whereas this race led us, now you can see yourself. There is no race. But unfortunately, we apparently seem to be, I mean, running for something. Now, what are we running from? I don't know. I've never understood. I've been traveling all the way around. I generally used to travel around 25 days in a month for the organization I used to work for. So I was really traveling nearly 22 to 25 days in a month. In the airports also, I used to see that there was a lot of jostling happening. I mean, people, I mean, when the flight used to land, I mean, as soon as the flight landed, people used to get up. I used to wonder what is the hurry about? Why are
Yes.
they hurrying about so much about? I mean, it just looked very surreal to me. This is what has happened over a period of time is that we need to understand and introspect at our level also, that we need to give space to everyone. We need to have a minimum amount of distance between us. Jostling has to finish. We have to look at other cultures which are more softer, and we need to learn from them. If we don't learn that way, I don't think we're going away from this problem. We will just go round and round in circles only. I think this is a good time where we need to understand, as an Indian, we need to understand that we need to give respect to all our human, I mean, fellow countrymen as well as the fellow humans all across the globe. There is no one who is bigger, no one who is smaller, and this vanity in us has to go down. Because unfortunately, what I believe is the more rich we become, the more vain we become.
I think
So
it has
ultimately,
nothing to do with money either. This disease is going to take people. I read where people found out in that they have COVID, and 3 days later they die. And these stories are popping up everywhere. And they're not fake stories. They are on their Facebook. This isn't he said, she said. I go
Yeah.
straight to the real Facebook, and it'll show that they just passed away. But if you look in their thread, they'll go, I just was diagnosed with COVID. Please pray for me. And then 3 days later, they died. And so these are real people that they're real stories. I'm not going by the he said, she said, I heard on the grapevine. I'll go, if I hear on the grapevine, I'll go look it up. But you're right. This is not about money anymore. This is about humanity, respect. We got to get back to respecting ourselves, respecting others. And we lost it. We lost it for what? For money. And Well, money is how we sustain in our life, but we need to get back to respect. I don't know what's going on in other countries, why some countries are doing better than others. I think that it will keep coming back to haunt us. People ask me, Kim, what are you going to do when we're released? What's the first thing you're going to do on May 1st? I go, what's May 1st? And they go, well, the president said that we could all go back to our lives on May 1st. And I go, I'm staying home. I'm not going to listen to a word. One, I'm not going to believe him. Two, I'm going to sit back and see what happens to you guys. And I'm going to wait, and I'm not going to go out in 1 week. I'm not going to go out in 2 weeks. I'm going to wait another 21 days. So, because to me, it was a 90-day process anyway. We haven't been 90 days. May 1st is not 90 days. So I think that in 90 days, if we wait 90 days, we get it under control. We understand where our hot zones are, and we're going to have a lot of work treating them and cleaning it up. That doesn't mean it's over. Just because we hit our peak doesn't mean it's over. Australia has been a good example of this. Right, Willie?
Absolutely.
Okay. Willie, share with us what's going on down under, Meg.
Good day, mate.
Good day, Mike. Hey, you know what? You got a friend next to you, Max. He's from Australia, though he's in Vietnam right now, but he's from Australia.
Good.
Grandmaster.
Yes, yeah, Grandmaster.
We come from the land down under.
That's right. It sounds like the land to be at. So share with us how it's going in Australia.
Yes.
Kim, can I add up something?
Yes.
Please, please.
See, you all three people are raising the common issues what we are facing as a global village actually. So right now we are living in a global village. So whatever the problem we are having the common problem. See, adding to this thing, we are having more than or approximately the 400 million people, those who are living in a below poverty line. They don't have any vision, they don't have anything else, but every day they want some food and they want to work, they work and they're getting food. So 400 million people are dying every day, and they are not getting the proper food to eat, they are not getting proper clothes to wear. So forget the healthcare facilities and all, and nobody is bothering about that. But in real world situations, see, there are three parties I understand. One is the political parties. Second is the religious parties. There are so many religious. So there is second party is religious party. Third is a media party. These three parties are having the very good association with each other, and they are working on the common agenda. They are not working for the real agenda, whatever the Adams family are facing right now. So somebody is taking care of their boundary, and some other are also taking care of boundary, but we don't believe that these are the man-made boundaries. Actual population or actual we are the Adams family. We have to raise, and it is time. See, thinking without action is abortion. So we cannot only think. So thank you very much, IBM, that you have raising this thing. And I feel that I'm living in a global village. While we are here, we are every day we are meeting out here as a family. So we are feeling that we are Adam's family. We are talking about the common issues, common problem, and we are spreading this information to everywhere in the world right now. So we have to think about the family first. We are whatever we are following the religion, whatever we are following the politics or media or whatever, but our agenda is the most important thing. 400 million population, those who are not getting the proper food, proper clothes or proper healthcare facilities. We have to have a common global plan for that. Otherwise, see, this pandemic, we are worried. Why we are worried? Because I'm thinking about my life. Oh, somebody can infect me. So that person, even the below poverty line people, should get the good facilities, world class healthcare facilities. Otherwise, he can infect me also. So I'm worried about me right now. We have to worried about us also. We have to unite each other. We have to take care. We have to have the common issues. We have to talk about the common issues, and we have to give the common facilities to every human being right now. Otherwise, in the next coming pandemic, we cannot face the pandemic because no virus are more smarter than us. Hope it's a very valuable thing that we have to continue, and we can work on that.
No, and that is a very powerful statement, and I hope you don't mind that I steal your message on We Are Global Village, because right now we're in this together, even though our politicians don't see this, and divide and conquer. I guess that's social distancing, and we'll conquer this disease, right? But I agree with you. We need to quit being selfish and self-entitled and stay at home, because I don't want to get it, but I don't want to sit at home for 90 days right now and never get out because everybody else has to go out and be crazy. And give the doctors a break, people. I'm getting messages. I've got a dear friend of mine, who is in the same boat that Dr. Tula had been in, where she came in contact with a COVID patient. Now she's going in quarantine. She's being responsible, right? She goes, oh my gosh, they found out, they're tracing it, but it was a baby. The COVID patient was a baby. She didn't think the baby would be contagious. And they didn't have PPE. Like you would think, they had PPE in certain ways, but not enough to really protect her. And and then they found out, they're back tracing data, right? Dr. Tula, we're utilizing technology, they're back tracing, and they're able to test the people who came in contact with the mother and the father. And they're finding all of these other people who are contagious with COVID right now. And it was all brought into the baby ICU. So, and we didn't do extreme measures. I thought that we were keeping people out of the baby rooms that were where babies were born. In Florida, I heard that they actually even won't let fathers come in when the mothers are delivering babies, that just the mom and the baby come in. That's how they're containing it. So my friend might be contagious now, and she's my age. And I'm very worried about her. And when she'd been going to work every day and bringing it back home to her family and her husband. And so I don't think people are being fair or responsible to others when they think, oh, well, I'm not contagious because I don't feel a symptom. We've learned today that symptoms come in various different packages based on your own personal immunity. We keep hearing this over and over. But the best responsible thing we could do, which is what we talk about, is stay home. Yes, and Kit.
I have a question for Dr. Tula. I mean, a lot of viewers are asking, but we didn't get the answer as of now. So when there is the mosquito flying over a COVID patient, does that mosquito take some viruses and contaminate to a person who is COVID free? Is it possible?
So I'll tell you,
maybe a
Ankit, okay. The good part with this, at least I believe there is some goodness with this virus also, that it is primarily a fomite-borne or a aerosol-borne infection. That means it primarily, the focus of entry is going to be through the lungs, right? So, or the oropharyngeal route, what you call it. So apparently it has been seen, there is a lot of data to supplement that it is not a blood-borne infection. That does not mean that we should not take precautions, because I mean, there is not much known about the virus. Still, we are learning a lot about the virus, and viruses are always known to mutate, change over a period of time, right? But the good part at the moment is that it's not a blood-borne infection, so we should not be worried about mosquito bite with these patients, COVID patients also at the moment, right? So there has been certain kind of studies done, very limited amount. There was a German study which came where there were 9 patients in which they, a very small subset of patients in which they tried to isolate the virus through all secretions. So the good part was that urine had no secretion at all. That does not mean that you cannot have an infection. I mean, there are labs involved in this urine collection and doing, I mean, centrifugation and all, but they are using proper precautions. And the blood levels of the virus also were very less. So apparently the chances of you getting this virus through a mosquito is going to be very, very, I mean, rare. But all said and done, we should try to take whatever precaution we can. Primarily, it is a respiratory-borne infection. So what happens is, even if the virus is on your skin, if you if you bring your face too near to your hand or try to fiddle with your skin or do, rubbing of the nose, or this virus can enter through that. So we need to be very, very careful of what we are doing. That is the most important thing. And primarily at this moment, prima facie, we do not expect it to, a mosquito bite to cause this infection.
Right.
And sir, also a lot of viewers would like to know how they can take care of their skin while staying at home, because they're not able to go to these parlors and follow a lot of, medicines, or maybe a lot of
yeah. So the first important thing to skincare is that what you eat shows on your skin, right? So you need to drink lots of water. You need to stay calm as much as possible. If you are a music connoisseur, you can listen to music. Try to relax as much as you can. Get at least minimum 7 to 8 hours of sleep. I would even propagate more sleep if you can, right? So because it is very important to sleep, because please understand your meals have to be straight on. That means you should, because it's a high stress scenario, anxiety may get the better of you. You may start eating a lot of chocolates at late night or have a sweet tooth at late night. So you should not indulge in all that. Break your meals into, because you're staying at home, there's a propensity to eat more when you're staying at home and you have nothing to do. So you should take care of that. You should build in a regimen which includes fruits, which includes salads, which includes your diet in a proper manner. Of course, there's a lot of Ayurvedic preparations like basic home stuff which you can eat to enhance your immunity. Apart from there, you should always, yeah. So you should
Dr.
always take
Tula,
care of your skin. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. Please
Go ahead.
continue. Then after that,
Please go ahead.
I will share. Okay.
Yeah.
Luckily, I
So
reduced 3 kg weight during this COVID.
yeah, that is there is a reason for that. Please understand, you may not be eating less, still you lose weight. There is a reason for that, because what happens is, once you are home, you're eating home food, which is less in oil, which is less in fat, right? So apparently, and the amount of traveling which you're doing, it has some amount of effect. The hormones also are now getting to balance out a little bit. That is why I believe that everyone who is staying in home, and they're going to lose some amount of weight. There is not going to be too much of gain in weight unless until you start hogging on the food. People who are going to have a balanced diet, they're going to eat. So that's why it is very important that so, the game is into so so apparently, if you look at it, you will improve a lot if you have the bandwidth of doing it.
No, I agree.
But sir, I'm facing the other way. What I'm facing is that.
So apart from there, your basic routine, that means.
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Atula.
Yeah, so apart from there, what I would request is that people, they should wash their hair with shampoo twice in a week, not more than that. Oil is a very good conditioner. They should condition their oil at least once in a week, right? It is for relaxation also, as well as a very good conditioner. For the face, they should use emollients. If they are in a dry climate, they should use emollients. Emollients means basic moisturizers. They need not be any fancy creams. Basic moisturizers work the best. You can tone and do exfoliation once in a week or twice a week, depending upon the city where you're living in, and try to eat as much as healthy as you can. So this is the basic skin tip care which is there. You can use a lot of, generally you should try and not use a lot of soap on you, because generally it dries the skin also. So there is no need to use soap every day for bathing. You can use it in alternate days, or maybe use body washes if you have the facility to use them, because I'm sure there is a lot of scarcity at the moment all across the globe, right? So these are some basic tips which you should follow, and I mean, that's the whole trick around it. And mark
Dr.
my word,
Tula,
no one is going to become worse on the skin after this epidemic. I can assure you that. In fact, you will see that people will glow more.
I think
Look,
you're
Willie
right.
is already glowing more. The first time I saw Willie, and look at him, he's glowing more than what he was glowing at the moment.
He's
Am
just
I right,
happy.
Willie?
Willie's just happy. He's always happy. He leaves his problems at the lemon tree. Willie, yes, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the stats, and yes, we're starting, like I've been saying for the last few days, a flat line. and the progress, the total number at this point in time is just 6,600, which is amazing. I mean, looking at the stats globally,
Right. No.
you know, I think we've done quite a lot. At the same time, let's not be complacent, because I go out and do shopping, and I see some people just sitting there, like in the shopping center. They've also got like cafes and things like that, and or just outside, just sitting there. I said, okay, guys, if you're not here to buy anything, just go home, because home is the safest place to be. You know, and it's sad.
It is.
Some people just feel entitled, like not being able to control their urge to, like, I just need. Yeah, everybody's got cabin fever. Everybody's got that. But you know,
it's hard because we're used to habits, right? Habit of going to the local coffee shop, habit of getting your nails done, habit of getting your hair done. And there's Nick, our boss.
Hi, Nick.
But, you know, and I got a question on the plastic surgery side of things. And I have my own plastic surgeon here in the U.S. Love him dearly. And I've never had face done. Never. But how is this impacting your business? Because I know I can't even go see him. So how is this impacting your business? And are you dealing just with, are you helping out with COVID, or are you, what's going on in your part of your world? And what are women going to do if we can't get to our plastic surgeon?
So, Kim, the business is going to go down. I mean, there is no doubt about it. We don't expect the business to grow exponentially unless and until people get too desperate. And what I would suggest is that this is a good time to introspect into that also, because I presume that we will also have our ways and means around it. So that means that we will have to go into a lot of teaching and other stuff to make our ends meet on that count. This is a good opportunity for people who want to teach. They can reach out to their colleagues and all juniors and try to teach and impart as much as knowledge as we can. Because ultimately we have to realize that the biggest problem in our sector also has been, I mean, we were not great teachers. So apparently there is always this thing that we always were very reluctant to teach. Now we've realized that ultimately the percolation of knowledge is very important, and we need to reach out and teach others also. Because ultimately the human life has to go on. I am sure people will survive. They will find new means and here and there. And unfortunately, we need to understand that the beauty business never dies. Women will always want beauty. So we have a very interesting thing. You know, when I was going through one of the literatures, they said that there is what is known as a lipstick index. So when the economy goes down, the sale of lipstick goes up.
Hey,
there is this.
Hey,
this is a very interesting
that's a good investment.
This is a very interesting thing, because what happens is women start. Yeah, so women start cheating. They believe that since they don't have the liberty or the money to spend for bigger extravaganzas, they will spend on lipsticks more. So ultimately, when so this is a rule with it, that when when the economy goes down, the lipstick sale goes up. So lipstick index, it is called in medical terminology. So these are
we're going to call this lipstick economy. That's right. We're going to call this. I'm going to call L'Oreal. No, that's beautiful to hear, because you know why? Let me explain to you why. So I learned through makeup, with some of the world's greatest makeup artists, the two most emphasis points of your face are your eyes, so eyebrows. Yes. We always have to do our eyebrows first when we do our makeup, and your smile, because that's your frame, right? And the brighter your mouth is, the lips, the whiter your teeth look. So that's why it's just a little secret from women. That's why we do that. And but lipstick economy, I love it, Dr. Tula. You just gave Nick a new term.
I'm looking to find out what stock I can invest in when he said that, because I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard.
Maybe you can go into the lipsticks ones.
Okay,
They're the ones which are going to survive.
Lancome. That's my makeup artist. My makeup artist is Lancome. Go invest in
True story. There's a guy who's a professor at Harvard University. And what he did when all this was coming about, he invested in Madera Group, which is developing a vaccine. Okay. And he's now a billionaire. He's a professor who's a billionaire because what he did, he goes, I should invest in the Madera Group, which is actually a biotech group in Boston who does a lot of development. And he turned his millions into billions. And now he's a professor at Harvard with billions of dollars because of the investment. So sometimes it might be too late to go to the party with a lot of those biotech companies because a lot of money just got funded in those biotechs.
I think
it may not be too late to invest in L'Oreal.
L'Oreal, Lancome. Lancome. That's my
really? See, I didn't even know.
That's my makeup artist is Lancome. So and love you, Renata.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her in over a month and a half now, but she gives me great tips. The thing is that I had a doctor one time tell me when I was recovering from near death, he came to me and he goes, I want to see makeup on you tomorrow. I go, what? He goes, I want to see makeup on you. And I go, why? Now he's from India. And he goes, my wife says that when you put makeup on, you feel better about yourself. And I think you're going to feel better about yourself when you put makeup on. So my sister ran and got all my makeup together that she thought I would use and brought it to the hospital, and we had makeup day.
Well, it's a good thing they didn't say, well, we're thinking a funeral is in your future and we just want to fix you up a little bit. They didn't say that, right?
No. Fortunately, I lived. But he was right, because when you start doing little things like that for yourself, you do feel better, and lipstick does make you feel better.
Right. Okay.
I don't know why. But
we're down to the second. Hey, Max, did you meet Willie Hill from Australia, by the way, mate?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a mate down in Melbourne. So the thing is, he's been with us for quite some time. He runs a startup group in Australia. Australian startups have got 10,000, 20,000 members. It's a pretty fast growing group down under. Max deserted you, by the way, Willie. He ran to Vietnam. So he's not in.
Felt like it was safer there with his family.
Yeah, there was some reason that he wanted to leave Australia because apparently you guys have coronavirus. They don't have that yet. So, hey, you know this? Okay, there's a city in the United States. This is a true story that has no coronaviruses. Okay,
wow.
And probably will have none. This is the city to be in, and it's hard to find this city. But I used to live very close to it. The name of the city is Point Roberts, Washington. Now, why don't they have any? You have to go to a map of the state of Washington. There is a bay, there's a Bellingham Bay that goes this way, and it hits the Canadian border. There's a little sliver of land where a city on called Port Roberts, and it's isolated. The only way you can get to the mainland of the United States, you actually have to go through Canada, go around, and come back down. Seriously, I'm not kidding.
You have to go through Canada to get home?
Go Google it. Yeah,
you have to go through Canada.
You have to go to Canada. Absolutely. You got to go. If you guys have a map, okay, if you have a map of Washington State. See, I don't know how to. I tried to share the screen with something else. I tried to share the screen with something else, but if you could share your screen, you could look at this place. It's called.
I'm going to go look it up. Okay. You guys keep talking.
Okay, look at the map. It's called Point Roberts.
Point Roberts.
It has no coronavirus. Probably never will, because you can't get there. It's part of the continental United States, but you can't get there unless you go through Canada. I am not kidding. And I used to live up that way, so I was familiar with Point Roberts. But I never been to that place because, frankly, you can't get there unless you go through Canada. So it has no coronaviruses. Now, the reason I said that is we well know in New Zealand, which has very few deaths, they shut down the country. But I've been to New Zealand, Nate, okay, because my wife went to high school in Whangarei, which is north of Auckland, for those people who understand New Zealand. So I actually had to go visit her high school in New Zealand and go check out Whangarei, wherever the heck that was. It was north of Auckland. But let's face it, that's 1,500 miles away from Australia and thousands of miles away from any form of civilization, except the South Island, North Island tend to get along. So it was easy to lock down. They said, hey, close the airport. Poof, nobody's there. I mean, it wasn't a hard thing to do for New Zealand. And so what's happening, I don't know if you guys are aware of that, the people with ANKIT is on the back there. I was going to pull out those dollar bills. The wealthy Americans are flocking to New Zealand. Now, the airports are closed. How do wealthy people get in to a place with the airport closed? It's called private planes. This has been well known in the United States for years for the people among the 1% or the top 1/10 of 1%. If you are at an airport in the United States, you have to go through this thing called security, be TSA secured check and all that stuff, right? Wrong. Okay, here's what you do. You go to the private airport, there is no security. Get on your private plane, poof, off you go. It's the way you get around TSA security, okay, in case you guys didn't know that. But so what happens, they don't use these regular airports. Are you kidding me? They use the private airfields so you can get in and out of places. Because right now New Zealand is in lockdown. So I was talking to ANKIT about visiting him, and my thoughts were, okay, now you're going to look at this whole thing, Point Roberts. My thoughts were to get my private plane, then go visit ANKIT in
Wait a minute, when
India.
did you private plane? You haven't called me?
Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay, check this out. This is, see that thing, what happened, 54-40 or fight. You guys don't remember. There was a big war between us and Canada. Sasha, yeah, we did have wars with you guys, but that was a long time ago. And see what happens, it cuts off a little part. There it is, Point Roberts. And there's a whole city there, and has 2 border crossings to get from the U.S. mainland. It's home to Whatcom County's Lighthouse Marine Park. I used to live up there, but I never went to Point Roberts because it's too hard to get to. It's near the Tawasin Peninsula. Currently, no coronaviruses. Right. It has a whole history, including what they call the Pig War, where the U.S. and the United Kingdom almost went to war over a pig, and what, a pig on an island somewhere out there. So yeah. So if you guys and I thought about that. I said I want to go to a place where there's no coronavirus, and I can go there. Now in India, I don't know if you guys have anything like that, maybe or
Australia. Have any reports on a county area with no virus?
In India, we have the Far East states, which are the states of there is a state by the name of Mizoram, which has now declared itself corona-free.
Really? Okay, so there's a place to go.
Apparently, I don't know the amount of testing which is happening, so I am not very sure about the sanctity of it, or I would,
right.
I would like to test the veracity of it.
Yeah.
But they have claimed themselves to be corona-free.
Yeah. Well, I would say,
and I'm sure even country like Bhutan, they don't have too much. I think Bhutan also, I have not read anywhere whether they have tested anyone positive in Bhutan. I mean, you must be knowing, or Ankit must be knowing that better.
Yeah, probably.
That's a Buddhist country, a small country.
Right.
So
yes.
That I presume they don't have too much of corona positives in that part of the world.
Yeah, and frankly, most of Australia doesn't have it. But here's the reason why. Okay, because I took a flight from Sydney to Uluru, and people don't know where that is. It's in the middle of bloody nowhere. Okay, it's in the middle of Australia. Uluru has Ayers Rock, a big rock. I mean, we had to fly there just to go see a rock. I mean, stupid Americans. We just got to go see a rock. So let me tell you something about that. 3.5 hours. So I like to look out the airplane to see what's down there. 3.5 hours of flight time looking down of nothing. There's nobody who lives in Australia. They all live along the coast. They live on the coast, but there's nobody in the middle of the country. Nobody. The only thing you see is these kangaroos jumping up and down. That's about it. They have roos and that's it. And a lot of them are dead because of the fires. So my belief, not knowing it, that most of Australia is coronavirus free. But frankly, it's free from everything except tarantulas, snakes, and roos. Right, mate? Nothing. You got your tarantulas. You have these. What do they call it? They have these really weird snakes. They have all sorts of weird animals there that just. The Western taipan, they called it, And I asked him about this Western taipan. What is it? The most deadly snake in the world, mate. What happens? It bites you, you'll be dead in about a minute. I said, really? Have you seen that happen? These are the troopers there. These are the Australians that are trying to protect you. I said, yeah. I said, yeah. I said, well, what do you do if somebody gets bit? We just sit around and watch them die. That's what they said. You know, I mean, the Aussies, it's like, oh, we just sit around and watch them die. What else are you going to do? We're in the middle of the desert, you know? So I'm scratching my head and I'm going, wow, they have such weird animals. They have this box jellyfish. Now, the mates may know about this. The rest of the world don't know because you guys have weird animals, right? So mates, you know about the box jellyfish. You go out and you're swimming. Oh, this beautiful swimming in Australia, and you get stung by these things, and you end up in a coma. I mean, it's just, they don't have these creatures in the rest of the civilized world. It only exists in Australia, mate. So I believe that if you go to Australia, there's very little coronavirus because, frankly, nothing can survive there, including the coronavirus. I mean, it's just the way it is. It's not.
Our total death is at 75 at the moment.
What is?
75.
Your total deaths in Australia? Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your fires wiped out everything, and the tarantulas kill everything. So, if you can't survive that in Australia, you can survive. I mean, come on. Come on, mate. We know about that. I mean, I've been there. I've been to Sydney. I've been to Brisbane. I've been to Cairns. I've been to Uluru. I know that place. I mean, it's just incredible. And then people want to go back again. We'll see.
How you doing, Lynn?
Lynn, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm a stay.
Namaste. Tell us what's going on with our sponsor, the Dollar Store. What do we got?
Well, we used to have snakes and jellyfish on the Dollar Store, but we decided to take them off.
Good idea.
So anyway, we have the Dollar Store is an online dollar store. We are sponsors, and you can see it in the scroll underneath of Money Masters. We love the mission of Money Masters to provide financial education to the underprivileged, but it can also be provided to a lot of young people who are privileged but just never get the information when they're in school. And we love that kind of a mission. So we've agreed to give half of our profits to Money Masters, and look forward to a long relationship. I can see that Kimberly's on, and she's sharing the screen. Don't look up snakes, Kimberly, because we don't have any. Okay.
Not even the little toys? You don't have little toys? I think you do. It's in toys.
Yeah.
Toy bugs and
Maybe, but even I wouldn't like the toys. So, so snakes are some of my non-favorite things. But in any event, we just added, and you're right here on the screen right this minute, a new CBD patch, and it's getting a lot of positive play. I'm hearing from some of the other online store owners, and they put it up on social media, and people are going crazy. So not being much of a social media person, I think I'm just going to put it up there and say, come to our store and get a CBD patch.
So, I mean, no sense in staying at home suffering and pain. I will testify. I'll be a testimony here for CBD products. I live in chronic, constant pain, and sometimes it's just I'm not going to take my painkillers. I'm not going to become reliant on them and addicted to them. But people will come up to me and go, "You can see it in your face." So somebody gave me some to try one time. I was scared of it, and I tried it. And one thing I learned about CBD that a lot of people don't understand, it's you got to take the proper amounts for it to work. Because I hear all of these things. Oh, I tried it didn't work, or you've got to take the proper amounts, right? You've got to understand how it works, just like anything else you do. But it worked. It didn't like my whole life changed. That's not what happened. But it calmed me and relaxed me enough that my face wasn't all wrinkled. So I call it my anti-aging treatment. But it calmed me enough and relaxed me enough that I could get through the day without having to take a painkiller, which is big news for somebody like me. And to having a direct, I have not tried a patch, But I think having a direct location of it, going in directly where your joint pains are or your back pain, I think that could help.
Yep. Well, Lynn, what about toilet paper? Has
it come back yet?
Toilet paper back in yet?
Nobody in the world has toilet paper right now.
Yeah.
So unless they put it on last night and I didn't see it, and you can type that in. I think, and it truly, all the toilet paper has been bought up by one guy, and he's the guy that in 2026 is going to hold the last roll that he ordered and say, finally I'm using the last roll. So
yeah, there was somebody who bought $10,000 worth.
Unbelievable.
And that's what he said.
Willie Hill was the first one to warn us about this. Remember, and it's in our programming. When our first programs came out, we started doing the coronavirus show, and we asked Willie, we're going, so what's going on down there? He goes, they're buying all the toilet paper. We're out of toilet paper. I said, you're kidding me. Then that disease spread to the United States, and the first thing they did, they bought up all the toilet paper. And I can't believe it. I'm going to go to Costco tomorrow.
For those of you who were not on earlier, we had the doctors come on and explain to us about, just doing self-containment at home. And if you have or think you have the virus, that when you go to the bathroom, make sure that you yourself clean the toilet really well. And they have bathroom supplies here and house cleaning supplies that you can get to do those things if you don't have enough. But they were saying that if you are contagious and you're trying to do self-containment at home, but you still have family at home, when you go to the bathroom, make sure that when you're finished, you scrub the bathroom down yourself. Don't let other people come in. So
that makes a lot of sense. The other thing I heard yesterday is that if you've had the virus, and you're still walking around with a mask on, you actually may reinfect yourself because you're breathing into the mask.
Right.
And that may happen. That's a little bit scary because I know some people who have had the virus and they've gotten over it. But because here in the States, the order is in many places, Pennsylvania, if we go into any food store, we go into a CVS or something like that, we have to have a mask on. And if we've had the virus, we're liable to reinfect ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Where does it stop? I'm not sure I know where it stops, but
because we don't have all the answers yet.
You have to get rid of your mask and keep circulating them.
And two, we found out the shelf life or that your lifetime thing for the mask that you're wearing shouldn't be all day. See, people are misusing their mask, and that's one of the reasons why we've asked Dr. Tula to come on, and Dr. Sagu has also been sharing some proper uses of this is not PPE equipment. We should not be using it as PPE equipment. And the true reason behind using the mask, from what we've been learning, is so that you don't make other people contagious, but you need to wear it properly. And as you said, you could be reinfecting yourself. We're learning that people who were sent home saying you're COVID free now, they were either getting it again, or maybe we don't know. We don't know enough about the disease. Again, the best practices is stay home. Don't think pretend. A friend of mine shared something great. Pretend like it's everywhere and you can get it anytime. And that will change the way you behave. Wash your hands. We've heard this today from an expert of lungs, right? This is what he's dealing with this every day now. He is a medical profession. I can't pronounce the word pulmonologist. Lung disease. Pulmonologist.
That goes with philanthropist.
Right. I can't say that one. But anyway, but his greatest advice to us, the simplest, right? Wash your hands 3 times a day, but that way, if you're putting it to your face, right? Don't go out. If you stay home as much as you can and clean your surfaces, right? But wash your hands. That's the most important, so that you don't reinfect yourself. Some of the things we heard from Dr. Tula, who's a plastic surgeon, is some of the things we could be doing at home, right? We could be doing our own moisturizing, right? Taking care of our skin. The hopes are that when COVID's over, a lot of women and people are going to come out with a healthier skin because maybe we're eating a little bit better. We're not eating foods that are prepared at fast food restaurants with a lot of fat and sodium, that we're preparing our foods more at home now. But self-moisturizing, you guys have got it. You guys have got a mask that costs $15 to $20 at the makeup counter. And it's like $3 or $4 at the dollar store. I couldn't believe it. I almost fainted when I saw it. But it's a moisturizing mask, right? So you exfoliate your face. You've got the exfoliator here, Newport. So you exfoliate your face. And then you put on these face masks. You can see he's got the eyes and the mouth cut out, and you leave it sitting on your face for a while. These are very expensive. And I like to add, and some people might argue with me, but I like to put mine in the refrigerator. So I like to put it on my face to make it cold to help take away any swelling, and things like that. So refrigerator, I don't know that it works too good in the freezer, but I do keep mine cold, and I find that it works better. But
so here's the great thing.
Look at it. It's $2, folks.
If you're going to buy, you can buy 2 or 3 of them, and because you become a brand new customer, you get automatically $5 in discount tokens. Okay, I mean discount points to be able to use on your purchase. So you purchase $25, you could even purchase $25 worth of masks, and they're only going to cost you $20 because you get automatically a $5 credit from the discounts.
Wow.
And every purchase you get a dollar's worth of discounts for $10 of purchases. Now, sadly, for Willie, and I heard yesterday that Max is also from down under. We're not there, and we're not in India yet for Ashkan. I'm going to mute this because this will drive me crazy. I can't stop this lady. So, can you hear my phone in the background?
Yes, go ahead. And
I'm going to mute for a second.
All right. I hate that. That happens to me too. We saw that happen yesterday.
Yeah, it does happen. But the thing is,
about this financially, this just makes sense.
Well, yeah, it does for our American viewers. See, the problem is, Ankit is from India. Let's see, Willie Hill is sitting in Australia. Max is in Vietnam, and so the thing is, unfortunately, fortunately, we're international when it comes to our hosts and also our viewers. And the dollar store is only available in the United States, but you can actually go to IBM TV's website, press the button dollar store, and you can order about 4,500 things online.
Big green button, press the big green button.
And what they do is they actually deliver it to your house. So the thing is, this way for our viewers who want to do like I do, sit at home, press buttons and have things delivered, and I do that all the time. You can actually sit at your home and buy. There's a lot of goods that you can purchase online, and then you don't ever have to go to the store. It just makes it very convenient for our viewers as to do online purchasing.
And if you want to buy $4,500 worth, I'm sure I can get you a better discount.
Right. Yeah. So the thing is, you can buy as much as you want.
The thing is there's the big green button. We make it very easy for you. IBM.TV, and just click that green button. We also have a little portion at the top of the screen. If the green button's not quick and easy enough for you to push, you can click the banner at the top.
And sooner or later we're gonna get Max when he does his chess programs and stuff to have a little green button. Need a chess course? Press the button. You can get it anywhere in the world.
The thing is that, and we were talking about this earlier with Dr. Tula, that his concern is all the people who are alone right now, right? That are at home, the elderly who are at home. And this has been my concern too. People who just don't have anything to do, they get bored. Chess is a great way to keep your mind going. It's free to play. You can go online. You can contact Max if you want some help. Maybe we'll get you some training. But it's easy. It's a game that anybody can play at any age. except me. For some reason, I can't get through a game. Get and Sasha have watched me a few times, and the game always times out on me.
Oh, since we're doing commercials also this Sunday, I believe we have a special. Alexander May, the big singer in South Africa, is going to be on. You may want to put up a picture of Alexander.
No, so she started her own show. So,
Do you have a picture of her show?
It's her own TV show. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There it is. And it's going to be every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 9 p.m. her time. And
but that doesn't have a picture of her.
a.m. IST. So
do you have a picture of her? Can you put a picture up?
We'll get one.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
There she is.
This is to give you that feeling that you're going out to a cafe on Sunday afternoon and just enjoying some time.
Right.
Live music. We're going to have live interviews with some really famous people that she has been lining up. World famous, not just U.S. famous.
Right.
But people, we're about trying to find some solutions, so that you're not bored. You're pulling your hair out, going crazy. But Nick and I are about being financially smart. And if you're managing your money, the best way to do it is to shop smart. Shop smart. Right now, you should be going to a store, like we were talking about, going to a store and everybody's being crazy. Shop online. The Shepherd Family Dollar Store has all kinds of snack foods. They've got ways to moisturize your face. Occasionally, they have toilet paper.
But they don't have toilet paper. We're waiting for that one.
I want to tell you what
He's not going to find it tomorrow when he goes to Costco. You're not going to find it at Sam's down there. You can go to Lowe's Food Store or some of the others. You won't find them down there. We don't find them here in Pennsylvania. Everything is gone. Everything is gone. I am absolutely.
Somebody intentionally pulled them. I think because they told us the warehouses were full of all kinds of stuff. Don't hoard the food. Don't overbuy. I think they're intentionally holding it, just like oil and stuff like that, and they're going to drive their cost up. I think that's what this is about.
Well, a good friend of mine was in Costco in Florida, and they pulled out the box, and there was a long line of people in line to get the toilet paper. They were giving one package per person. So what he watched was a mother would take the package, she would walk away and she would send one of her kids back to get a package. And then she would send the second kid back to get a package. And he was watching this happen. He's not a loss for words when he sees something like that. And he started yelling at the mother for doing that because basically she was taking toilet paper away from the people who were still in line waiting, who weren't getting them because she was taking, 3 and 4 packages, depending upon how many family members she had.
Right.
Although I did hear she was going to go home and wrap her house with toilet paper and then have the realtor come and offer her 3 times the value.
Now that's a good story. That's a good story. How to increase the value dollar of your real estate. Make sure it's got toilet paper, right? Hey, Nick.
I'm here.
Have you been able to find toilet paper?
No, we still have a supply, but we're running out. And see, the thing is, I think we need to do a special. You run out of toilet paper, now what? Okay, well, we haven't done that yet, but it'll be very interesting.
Toilet paper wars. I love this.
Yeah.
Right now, if you have money, would you invest in toilet paper or would you invest in crude oil?
Crude oil.
There you go. Crude oil.
Crude oil is right now all-time low. In case you guys don't know, the oil market collapsed the other day. West Texas crude went down to 0 and lower. In other words, basically less than that, because what happens is nobody's driving cars, nobody's flying airplanes, and so there's a glut of oil. And so it completely collapsed. We've never seen anything like it. It went down 320% in a day. So now oil is free, basically.
Didn't we see something like this back in the 70s or something?
Not this bad. Never saw a total
bad. I remember one time the oil dropped really.
Yeah, it has done some gyrations, but nothing to go down to zero.
It might happen while the Iran war, or maybe some at wartime, but
yeah, because it's usually there's a lack of oil, not too much. But because nobody's driving cars, nobody's flying airplanes, the oil industry has completely collapsed. But if you wonder what I'd invest in, obviously it'd be the oil industry, because what will happen when the economy starts gearing back up again, people are going to start driving, and Ankit, I'm sorry, they're going to start polluting again. And right now, you can see the Himalayas from Jabadhar, or whatever the name of that city is. You're not going to be able to see it again because they're going to pollute. You're not going to see the blue skies, because people tend to what they call gravitate to the mean. So what happens is, if this is your mean of what you're doing, you're going to go back to doing the same old stupid stuff.
So our Earth Day celebration yesterday, and
Earth Day. Well, wait.
Is clean. It's gone down the toilet, right?
Yeah. So you enjoy the clean air while you can, but the thing is, it may not be around next year this time, because we don't think that maybe we should redo what we're doing so we could actually have clean air, clean water, and blue skies. So I would certainly bet on the oil industry coming back, and people getting back in their cars, flying airplanes, and polluting the environment, because that's just what we're going to do.
We are at the all-time low in terms of our weather around India. 20 years down the line, I mean, maybe we started from 90. We are at the best weather at this point of time because of the lockdown.
Wow.
Everything's going to happen in July or August. Around July sometime, coronaviruses, deaths, and people are infected is going to go down dramatically. Now, why do I say that? You go look at Africa; they hardly have any, and viruses don't do well in hot.
No, that's not true. I've been on the phone with people from Africa.
I had a word with Kelvin today.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you sneeze, okay, like they said, when it's hot and humid, it drops down, and so the contamination is going to go down. Plus, the prevention, we're doing better prevention, better social isolation. We're going to have treatments. Matter of fact, as I said before, I think the treatment's already there. They're just not proven. And you're going to watch in July and August, it's going to go down dramatically, just like it went up dramatically. But here's the problem. The CDC said it. Now you roll, September will be down. Then you roll into October, it'll start going back up again, because we're going to go back to the same old stupid stuff we did before, and then he said it could even be worse, the CDC talking, because we could have a different strain along with the coronavirus. So we're going to look at that taking place probably in the next couple months. Now, my prediction, remember, Kim, I made it several months ago, that the U.S. would hit 1 million, and about 50,000 in deaths. We're getting pretty close. I said they do it by the end of April or early May to begin with. We're getting pretty close.
Let's just take a look.
Yeah, what do we have in infections?
I'll show you. Hold on.
Remember, we're not India and Australia, where you guys.
We got to be ahead in something, and even if it means killing ourselves, we got to be ahead of the rate.
And
we are.
Yeah, 854,000 with about 50,000 deaths. But one of our leaders said that, we'll keep it under 60. I don't think so. I think it's going to get closer to 100. But here's the reason why. Remember, in India, you're in lockdown. Remember, in Australia, you're lockdown. Here, we're resisting it tremendously. Oh, our economy's bad, blah, blah, blah. We got to get out, blah, blah, blah. They opened the beaches. They're opening up restaurants. They're opening up everything like this doesn't exist.
And here's the whole world.
Yeah, the whole world. Well, we're gonna lead the world in this one.
And you already do if you take a look at the.
Yeah, I just see that. Yeah, there's the USA being the world leaders once again. Spain falling behind.
We're world leaders. We got to be, right? We got to beat everybody in this
one. But the thing is, there's also a high probability there's going to be some treatments that actually work in the next several months. In other words, they'll find more effective way. And the other thing is, like they said on, is to buy these oximeters. I don't know if they sell them on the dollar store.
Oximeter. Oh, the oxygen.
Yeah, you put your finger in and it tests your oxygen and test your blood pressure levels and things like that. They said that the part of the reason there's so many deaths is people wait too long before they go see a medical professional to get some form of treatment. And so that's the reason they pass away. And Germany is really good at testing people, and the US is extremely bad at testing people. So this is where we have. Now, as we go down below, look at some of these countries that I'm looking to flee to as you head below. Look at New Zealand. Look at, stop there, stop New Zealand. Look at where it is. How many deaths they have? 3, 2, something like that. New deaths.
No, so they had 16.
Oh, 16.
Hong Kong only has 4.
Yeah, and Hong Kong has very few.
4. So, they only have 4.
Yeah, right. So the thing is, as you look at some of these countries do better than others. Hong Kong 4, Ivory Coast 14, Nigeria 28, which isn't bad for a country that has 100 million.
No, not with their poverty level and their lack of knowledge. That's
Costa Rica 6. That's it. Time to go to San Jose. Go visit Will Stewart.
Yeah, Costa Rica, but they probably won't let anybody in.
Yeah.
But you can see there's. I don't even think Vietnam makes the list.
Taiwan's only 6. Is Vietnam even on the list? Venezuela. There it is. Vietnam. Stop. We see it.
Where?
Right there. It's
yeah. There's no deaths. No deaths. 268.
That's because in Vietnam they're all young people. So the thing is, and they did a study. You have to be over age 60 before this really hits. So Vietnam doesn't have many. Jamaica, very few.
Faroe Islands.
Congo, very few in Congo and Gabon.
Could that be because they're not reporting it? Or Rwanda?
Well, we that's the part we don't know.
Guadalupe.
The Sultan of Brunei only has 1. Gibraltar has none. Hey, Max, you can go play in the Gibraltar International. There's no coronavirus there, so you know. I think they.
I have to one of these places like Madagascar that have none right now. If they're really reporting, or if it's true, in fact, that they just have none. You look at the Caymans.
Caymans only has 1.
Look at Bermuda. Bermuda only had 95, but then the population of Bermuda, I think, is 96. So,
so everybody has it, right?
Nepal has what? None. That's where Shambhu Pokharal's from. Nepal. You can go up to Nepal and can't get it. Maybe it can't survive the extreme cold of the Himalayas. Who knows?
Well, I think that we just don't know enough about it.
Fiji, there's none in Fiji.
Right. I think we don't know enough about it.
Greenland. You can go to Greenland or Montserrat. None.
Yeah, Greenland used to be very cheap to travel to. But I've learned from some of my medical people in the medical world and industry, and actually in research here in the U.S., and they're sharing with me that there are actually young people. They're not dying from it in the respiratory, but they're having symptoms of, and they're not paying attention to them, of strokes. And they're dying of strokes because whatever COVID is getting in the bloodstream, and it's thick enough that it's causing a clot that's huge, a huge clot, and is causing strokes in very young people. So the ages of 20 to 30, they said, if pay attention or close attention to fast, right? Is your face having sagging or numb? Arms, are they going numb? And your speech, if you're having a little difficulty with your speech, then it's time to call 911. And they keep saying, that the young people are not affected or impacted by this, but in fact, there are other ways that they're dying, that they're just learning about this. Right? They're just learning about this.
Oh, it's also 2:00, Kim.
Yes, it's time to wrap up, guys. Real quick, thank you, everyone, for joining us. And Lynn, don't forget to go shopping. You don't have to buy for yourself. You can buy for other people who need things and ship it to them.
We sure can. And namaste.
Right. And you can buy grandkids' toys. Namaste. Let's get our little ambassador.
Keep yourself home and keep safe and keep isolated. We have to follow this practice.
hand होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी के भाई ऐसे करेंगे अथू
cute.
I love it.
Wonderful.
The world.
Wonderful.
And, let's follow the best practices and let's stay alive and stay calm and stay protected. And lots of love. Be united.
See you guys. Stay safe.
Take care. Good
Stay
evening.
safe,
Thank you.
everybody. Namaste.